Alright, so, about 6 months ago, I started working overnight at Lowe's. Now, I really like this job. I get to listen to my podcasts and audiobooks, and the people I work with are pretty laid back. I work by myself for the most part, and most importantly, I hardly have to deal with the customers. And if you ever worked in retail, you know how important that really is. While I do enjoy working there, over the past 6 months, I've seen some really crazy things. It started off small and not really a lot. The first thing I saw, I thought it was just some kind of glitch. You see, in the Lowe's I work at, there are 2 bathrooms set up for the employees in the back corners of the store. And when I first started working there, I didn't know what they were because they were just marked employees only. But I quickly found out, after I had walked the length of the store, that they were bathrooms. In these bathrooms, the lights work on a motion sensor. You know the types. Well, as I was walking past, I could see the light come on from under the door. I thought it was a bit weird because there were only 2 other people in the store and I knew where they were. I went up and knocked. There were no answers, so I opened it and it was completely empty. Like I said, it wasn't much, so I didn't really think about it. The next thing that happened was small as well. If you've ever been to Lowe's, you might have noticed some of the more expensive items having a green thing attached to them. We call them turtles, and those are our alarms. If someone tries to steal something with a turtle on them, once they go through the doors, they start letting out a high-pitched noise, which is pretty hard to ignore. So, I was stalking some caulking, listening to the Adam Carolla podcast when I started hearing an alarm go off. It confused me, so I went looking for it. It took a little bit, but I finally found where it was coming from. It was a drill that was sitting on the ground, and not right up front either. It was buried about 4 drills deep and under another display. And as I was pulling the drills out to get to the one that had the turtle going off, another one next to me started going off too. I'll tell you that I nearly jumped out of my skin. I radioed my manager Mike and told him about it, and he said that it's okay. Those things go off all the time. What was weird was at the exact same time Mike told me that, both turtles shut off. I chalked it up to coincidence and nothing more. Oh, how naive I was. Nothing else seemed to happen for about 2 weeks, and I'd put those instances long behind me. I mean, why wouldn't I? A faulty sensor and sensitive turtles sounded likely to me. I'm not, was not one to just jump to the supernatural explanation. To put it mildly, I wasn't a believer. Oh, sure, I wish there were some things that went bump in the night. I'm a longtime fan of supernatural and shows like Ghost Hunters, and I always watch Josh Gates. Man, I wish I had that man's life. But I never experienced anything myself. That was until about a month after working at Lowe's. It had started just like any night. Went in around 7, clocked in, and started unloading the truck. It was about 9:30 by the time we were done, and everyone else had left the store, so it was just the night crew, the 3 of us. And for the most part, it was a pretty normal night. I was listening to a newly downloaded audiobook by Mark Tufo working on the 3rd cart by this time. It was close to about 2 a.m., and I was working my way down towards electrical to restock some fuses when I saw it. Honestly, I just kind of stood there more about a minute or 2 trying to make heads or tail on what I was seeing, because a little bit over halfway down the aisle, there was an arm sticking out from under the shelving racks. It kept moving around as if someone was reaching under their couch to look for the lost remote. Once I got at least some of my wits back, I called Mike. Mike, I said.
Yeah, what's up?
Mike called back. Mike, I got an arm? I tried to say.
Oh, that thing?
Mike said, surprisingly unsurprised.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just don't get too close. It tends to get a bit grabby. It's fast, and its reach is farther than it looks. So just stay away from that aisle for now.
I was actually flabbergasted at how lightly Mike was taking it. Okay, I said, not really knowing what else to say.
What aisle is it in, by the way?
Mike asked. Aisle 13.
All right, just steer clear of it for now. I'll explain more later on.
What I've come to understand is that no one really knows anything about the arm. It shows up and tries to grab things and pull them under the shelving. That's about it. I've seen it about 7 times now. Never in the same aisle either, and it never shows up at the same time. The only thing that seems to be constant is that it always goes back under the shelving just before 4 a.m. One time when I saw it, though, I chucked a can of spray paint at it. The moment that can hit the aisle floor, the arm shot out and snatched it and sucked it back under the shelving. And when I say it shot out, I mean it shot out. It must have reached 3 times the length of a normal arm and back under the shelving in less than a second. After I saw that, I followed Mike's suggestion and just avoided those aisles that it was in altogether until it went back under itself. That's all the time I got right now. I have a lot more stories if you want to hear them, like the thing that lives in the garden center and the naked little man I keep seeing. That one's a bit weirder than others. If you want me to tell you more, just let me know, and I'll be back. Oh, wow. I never expected the kind of response that I've gotten. Thanks to everyone that wants to hear more of my stories, and I do have a bunch. First, let me address a few questions about the arm from my first post. Alright, the first thing. The arm looks like a man's arm. No sleeves or tattoos of any sort, though I can see that it has darkish hair on the forearm. I did notice one thing that seemed odd. It was missing its fingernail on its pinky finger. The second thing. Alright, come on guys. It's almost 2020. I've already tried to take a picture of the arm. I mean, how could I not? It's a random arm reaching out from under a shelving unit. Well, I've got some bad news for anyone wanting to see it. It doesn't photograph well, as in, not at all. Whenever I try to use my camera on my phone, nothing ever shows up. I tried to film it once, snatching something just like the spray can did. Son of a bitch just ignored it. That was until I stopped filming, and then it grabbed it. That really had me worried when it did that, because that means that whatever the arm is attached to can think. I told Mike about not being able to film the thing, and he wasn't surprised. He told me it doesn't show up on our security cameras either. The third thing. I kept pushing Mike on the arm, and he finally did tell me that, yeah, it did grab someone once. When I tried to get him to spill the beans on what happened, he just told me to make sure that it doesn't grab me. After that, he wouldn't say any more about it and told me to stop asking. I could tell that talking about it really was upsetting him, so I'm just gonna leave it alone for a while. Alright, I hope that helps some with their questions. I'll try to answer more when I can. With me working 10-hour shifts, I tend to only do 2 things: work and sleep. Because of my hours, I was curious about how much I'm walking now at work, so I downloaded a step counter on my phone. I can say I was a bit shocked to see that I'm walking about 8,000 steps a day. No wonder my feet always hurt. Anyway, no one's here to listen about my steps for the day. You guys want more stories, and I already hinted at 2 in my last post. So, I'll start with the thing that lives in the garden center. As anyone that has ever seen a Lowe's knows that they all have one. It's where they keep their mulch, stones, and pretty much anything you might need to plant or garden-wise. Right now it's filled with Christmas trees, big and small, as well as other Christmas-related plants. During the day, it's a pretty nice place and feels very Christmassy. But at night with the lights off, it can feel a bit spooky. No one in receiving likes to stock the garden center, so we take turns. Now the question arises, why don't we like to stock it? Well, you can look back to the aforementioned thing that lives in it. Someone from my last post suggested that it might be a garden gnome. And in all honesty, it might be. None of us has ever seen it. And from what Mike has told me, no one ever has. So how do we know it's there? Easy. We hear it and feel it. We hear it because the damn thing is always moving about, and we can hear it scampering on the roof, on top the racks, and in the ceiling scaffoldings. We can hear its feet slap the concrete as it runs through the aisles, always just out of view, or you can see its movement just out of the corner of your eye. And that's not even the worst part about it. The damn thing is always laughing when you walk into the garden center. Now, I don't mean like a full belly laugh, or an evil maniacal laugh, but more like a snicker or a hushed giggle. You know the type. Where you know a joke or just something funny about someone, but you want to keep it quiet? Yeah, that kind of laugh. It starts up as soon as you walk through the doors and doesn't stop till you leave. And wherever you go, its laughter is always behind you or beside you. Sometimes it sounds like whatever it is right behind you, close enough that you should be able to feel its breath. But if you turn around, there's never anything there. Other times it sounds like it's coming from the other side of the garden center, and it's those times you have to look out for. Why? It's so far away. Yeah, it is. But that's when it chucks shit at you. Yeah, the little son of a bitch likes to throw rocks or rubber parts and whatever it can get his hands on and lobs it at you. Luckily, it's a pretty bad aim, but if it does hit you, then it really starts to giggle. Telling it to stop doesn't help either. It's like when a kid tries to tell a bully to stop picking on him. All it does is make the bully double down, and that's pretty much what happens with the thing in the garden center. The best we can do is just ignore it. Still, damn thing is unsettling as hell. The second thing I hinted at was the little naked man. Now this little mother fricker pisses me off to no end. As I'm thinking about it, maybe this is what the person said might be a garden gnome, but I don't really think so. First off, it's completely hairless. And by that, I mean a bowling ball has more hair than this thing. I've only really seen it a few times fully, and most of the time, I see its little fat ass running around the end of an aisle or scampering over the top of one, and it can move damn fast. I'll try to explain it so you can get a better understanding of it. The thing is only about a foot, maybe a foot and a half tall, completely hairless, and like I said before, fat and squat looking. Imagine a naked, hairless Danny DeVito without genitals, and you'd be spot on. Yeah, I said without genitals. Thank God for the small favors. The only reason I call it a man is because it has absolutely zero traits of a woman. We actually started calling it Danny once I pointed out the resemblance. Anyways, this little bastard is more of a nuisance than it is anything else. It likes to make messes, knock stuff off of the top racks, and steal your shit. That kind of stuff. Always makes your night a living hell because of all the extra work he forces us to do. Recently, while we were all taking our lunch break, we heard a lot of banging of a lot of stuff falling. We all ran to where we heard it. If you've ever been to Lowe's around Christmas, you know that we display those tacky-ass blow-up lawn ornaments on the top of the racks close to the entrance. Well, that little son of a bitch knocked one off. But wait, there's more. See, we don't just sit them up there. We tie those things down so they can't fall on the customers. But this little shit had untied them all, then tied them together. So when we pushed one off, they all went. Let it be said, we were quite pissed off that night. Danny only comes out about 2 to 3 times a month, but I've lost about 5 box cutters to him. We have no idea where he came from or where he goes. He's not like the thing in the garden center, though. He doesn't laugh or giggle or even throw things. Danny is pretty quiet, except when it runs or climbs. His bare feet slap the concrete, and he always sounds out of breath, but only when he's on the move. Once he stops, he goes dead quiet. One time, the little bastard swiped my box cutter and took off. Luckily, I had just come out of the aisle to see him grab it. I took off after him, swearing if I catch him, I'm gonna punt him like a fat, bald football. As I ran around the corner and had to stop fast, that pudgy bastard had set me up. Danny had dropped my cutter, but this aisle had the arm in it, and it was stretched disturbingly. So as it was trying to grab my cutter, which was literally just outside of its fingertips, if I hadn't come to a stop when I did, I would have been in, well, arm's reach of it. I looked up to see Danny looking down at me from the top of the rack. Oh yeah, I cussed him out, but all he did was watch me with those beady little eyes of his until he just ducked away and I heard him scamper off. I don't know if Danny was trying to hurt me or not, but I'm putting a chain on my next box cutter from now on, and I don't think I'll be chasing him anymore. That's all I have time for tonight. I have more stories if you're still interested. Let me know, and maybe I'll tell you about the man that watches the store, or the fact that I think the store itself doesn't like me. Okay, guys, I'm back. And holy shit, this week. Boy, have I got a lot to tell you. But before I get into it, everyone seems to want to know about the man that watches the store. Or, as someone else called him, the Watcher. Which is what we started calling him, just because it's fitting. I noticed the Watcher about a month ago. I was outside stocking the garden center, and yeah, you guessed it. That little bastard was running around giggling at me. Listen to part 2. I tell you, I can't wait till summer when I can try to stock the center before sunset, so I won't have to deal with it. Right now, I don't have much of a choice with the sun deciding that a good time to set is at 4 p.m. Hell, my grandmother stays up later than the sun. I mean, yeah. It was made when we used candles and electricity was being used by Edison to electrocute elephants. But Christ, do we really need it now? Anyway. While I was outside, I was over by the register area, putting away some large vases when I glanced out into the parking lot. It was there at the far edge of the lot, and just outside of the reach of the lights was a very tall and very large man. He was wearing what looked like a long, dark trench coat with a wide brim hat, and kind of like Reverend Kane's hat from Poltergeist 2. You know the guy. The only really creepy thing about that movie, except that this hat's brim was really wide, like almost out to his shoulders wide. The collar on the trench coat also was popped up, so his face was completely shrouded in darkness. To say that I was just a little creeped out would be like saying Greta Thunberg only cares a little about the environment. I went to Mike about it, and back then he just sighed with frustration. Don't worry, it wasn't at me. He told me that this guy shows up every year around the end of September, beginning of November, and just stands out there watching the store and tends to finally go away until the end of March. Mike told me that every night around 10 p.m. he'll show up somewhere just outside the property line, stand there all night, rain, sleet, snow, doesn't matter, and then he tends to disappear around 5 a.m. I asked him how many years he's been doing this, and Mike told me from the stories he's heard, and pretty much since the store first opened back in 2006. Has anyone ever tried to see what he wants? I asked Mike. Mike looked at me sadly. Yeah, he said. Mike told me that a few years ago, a young guy, one of those I ain't scared of shit types, decided to go and tell the creep off. He was never heard from again. The cops were called, and a missing persons report was made, but the guy was never seen again. And the watcher disappeared for the rest of the year and the next. That wasn't until November, when he once again showed up. I was like, fuck, Mike. Is there anything else that might pop up that I should know about that could, I don't know, cost me my life? At that point, Mike informed me that come springtime, I should be on the lookout of an incredibly attractive woman that starts showing up and tries to lure you out of the store to have sex with you. Yeah, you guessed it. She doesn't want to have sex with you, and I'm not supposed to believe anything she says or does, and that it's best to simply ignore her. I told Mike that if a hot girl was trying to have sex with me, then I would already not trust her, because that shit does not happen, and I mean ever. I haven't had a woman look at me like that for over 10 years, and I'm counting my wife in that. Alright, now let me tell you how my week went. The first really screwed up thing that happened was last Wednesday. Shit got real scary and real serious that night. Let me set it up here. I was working a unique shift on Wednesday due to Lowe's being closed for Thanksgiving. See, unlike other greedy big box stores, Lowe's actually cares about their employees, and as such, does not open late night on Thursday to sell items that have been marketed up, then marketed down, so that idiots feel that they need to get into fistfights over sheets. Oh yeah, I really saw that once on a Black Friday. Let me ask you something. Is there or was there any point in your life that you wanted to buy sheets at a falsely discounted price so bad that you would punch a complete stranger in the face? If your answer is anything other than, of course not, what do you think I am? Then you really need to rethink your love for sheets. As I was saying, I was working the unique shift of 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. We were all supposed to be clocked out by midnight, and I was fine with that. And the majority of the night was pretty easy. I mean, besides having to deal with customers, but even they seemed to be alright for the most part. It wasn't until 11 that it went south. In the back of the store we have our loading dock, and that's where we keep everything that we unload off of trucks that still needs to be placed on racks in the store, or where special request items are stored until the customers can pick them up. Well, I was back there sweeping up and listening to the latest audiobook in this series called A Hard Luck Hank. This book was called Dumber Than Dead. It's really good if you ever get a chance to pick them up. But anywho, it was really windy that night, due to the fact that we had a storm coming in from the east. The dock's roll-up doors were banging from the wind. They weren't really that loud, and I really had thought nothing of it. I was by the last of the 3 doors when there was an especially loud bang. So loud and unexpected that I actually jumped and dropped my broom. I didn't move for a moment, just trying to recover from the surprise. I went to grab my broom when the door banged again. There was another bang, but it came from the middle of the 3 doors. It was at this point that Mike came running back into the back. "What was that?" he asked. I just pointed at the doors a little too shook to say anything. Then came another bang, then another, louder and harder. "I don't think that's the wind," I said. We can actually see dents starting to form from the numerous hits. It was so loud that we had to cover our ears as our other coworkers came to see what the commotion was. When they came in, Mike and I seemed to snap out of our shock and rushed out, our coworkers quickly following. We went to the front of the store, but even from there we could hear the banging. Mike decided to call 911, and then he let us leave early. Needless to say, we all bolted. Mike stayed, but not in the store. He got in his car and waited at the road entrance to the store. On Friday night when I went back in, I found out that when the police showed up, Mike went with them to the back of the store to see if they could find what was making the banging noise. Well, whatever it was long gone. But both doors were screwed up badly. So badly they were going to need to be replaced. The managers talked to Mike and I about everything that happened, and I told them everything I knew. I asked them what the security cameras catch, and they said that he got knocked out just before the door was attacked. Yeah, I said attacked because that's what it looked like. There were large dents and deep scratches all over the two doors. The third door was untouched because there was a trailer stock in it that we were going to unload on Friday. This now leads me to my last bit of weirdness. You see, while we were unloading the truck, we came across a small box with my name on it. Mike handed it to me but suggested that I shouldn't open it. When I asked him why, he said that everyone that works in receiving gets one of these sooner or later, and he was actually surprised that it took this long. I asked him if he ever got one, and he said that he did. What was in yours? I asked. A tooth, Mike answered. A mother-frickin' tooth, he said. And he even said that it still had some blood and gum on it. And then I asked my two co-workers, John and Steve. I got a box full of roaches, and not the good kind, John said. I'm not sure what it was, said Steve. It was just a red, wet, squishy thing. I shook my box, but there was something definitely in there. When I asked where they came from, no one really knew. Mike suggested again that I just toss it, but after hearing everyone else's little prizes, I had to know. So with my cutter, I slit the tape and opened it. It was a dead bird. A chickadee, I think. John looked into the box. The hell? It moved, he said. He wasn't lying. I saw it too. Well, the chickadee didn't move. The poor thing was dead. But something inside of it did. I quickly closed the box, grabbed the closest tape, resealed it, and tossed it into the trash compactor, turning it on. So yeah, that was my week, and that's all I have time for now. Heading to bed so I can forget this week ever happened. I'll keep telling you guys more stories of this crazy store if you want. And always remember, have a low, safe day. I don't know how much longer I'm going to last at Lowe's anymore. Someone said in the comments that it sounds like things might be escalating, and I think they might be right. I think things are starting to get out of hand. It started on Wednesday. It was my turn to stock the garden center. I was out there stocking the mulch, and because according to Lowe's, there's no better time to work on your garden than in December in the Northeast. Prime weather. No lie. We get some crazy things in right now. Just the other day, we got 2 pallets of weed whackers. I mean, why? It wasn't even for Black Friday, but that isn't the point. I was out in the garden center, like I said, stocking mulch and trying to ignore the thing in the garden center laughing at me when it abruptly stops. I look up into the rafters as I hear it scamper up on over on top of the roof. Confused by the sudden change, I walked out into the open section of the center, trying to see where it scampered off to, when I heard really heavy breathing. I looked over towards the sound to see the watcher standing on the other side of the fence. I stopped dead. I've never seen the watcher this close up, and apparently, I'm the only one who ever has. And apparently, the only one who ever has was never seen again. He's never approached the store before, but there he was, staring at me. I can tell he was staring at me because while his face was still hidden in the shadows of his high collar and hat, I can see the gleaming off his cold, hateful eyes. Now, I don't scare easily. Spooked and unnerved, yeah. But scared? No. I will tell you what, though. While I was frozen where I stood looking at this tall tower of evil, and evil is what this thing was, that if I hadn't already dropped a loaf earlier, then my pants would have been a bakery. Never before had I felt such a presence. I could feel my heart pounding so fast that I thought it would explode out of my chest. But at the same time, I felt as though my lungs refused to work, as if my breath wouldn't leave me as to not be in the same space as the Watcher. Somehow I was able to get my foot to move as I took a slow step backwards. Then he moved. Not much, mind you. He just grabbed the fence, but it was fast. So fast that I didn't even see him do it. One moment his hand was next to him, and then bam, he had his fingers wrapped around the chain. The movement and noise made me nearly jump out of my shoes. I almost bolted right then and there, but his hand caught my attention and held it for a second more. At first I thought he was wearing gloves, but then I noticed the long gray fingernails. His skin matched his nails, except it was darker gray. I could also see that he was squeezing the fence. Let me just say that if anyone has ever driven by a Lowe's understands that there is a tall fence that encloses the garden center and that it's made out of pretty sturdy chain link. I mean, yeah, you could cut it with a fence cutter, but that's what they're made for. Well, the Watcher had his fingers through the chain link holes, and as he was squeezing, he was bending the metal. I could actually hear the metal protesting against his strength. Well, as Biff Tannen said, I made like a tree and got out of there. I bolted for the entrance, closed the doors behind me, and locked them. I called Mike and had him meet me in the back office. I told him what had happened. He said that he's never heard of the Watcher ever doing anything like that. Fuck, Mike said. He's never even set foot on the property that I know of. We left the door locked and closed till it was closer to 6 when Mike had to open the doors. He told me that he went to check out where I saw the Watcher and said that he was gone, but he could see where he had twisted the fence up. The next thing to happen was on Friday night. It wasn't much, but somehow I think that it might be a lot more important than it seems. I was going to take my lunch break and I had stepped into the elevator. Now, I know that it's a pretty quick walk up the steps to the break room and offices, but my feet usually start to hurt around my break time, and of course, I'm just lazy. I do take the stairs all the time, though. I feel that it's a waste to take the elevator down the stairs because at least I have gravity on my side at that point. And plus, it's a lot faster to just run down a floor. But anyhow, I got onto the elevator, and I was going to press the second floor button when I had to stop and stare. Where there was normally 2 buttons, there were now 3. This new button wasn't marked, but I could tell that it was very old and very worn. Yeah, I have seen and read way too many horror movies in my life, but there was no way in hell I was pressing that button. I pressed up and went on my break and tried to forget about it. The thing is, it always shows up now at least once a night. No one else has mentioned it, so I don't know if I'm the only one seeing it or if everyone else does, but they're just used to it. I asked Mike about it, and he had no idea what I was talking about. And neither did John or Steve, so for now, that's the nope button to fuck that floor. This next thing... If I ever see this next thing again, I'm done. It happened while I was stocking electrical. Let me tell you, when it comes to stocking Lowe's, there are 4 areas that are a complete and total bitch to stock. Tool world, hardware, lighting, and electrical. Each one of these areas have a shit ton, and I mean a shit ton of little items that are, half the time, not even in their correct place. Or they are, but it just hasn't been changed in the system, so you spend at least a third of the time just trying to locate a type of outlet, screw, or bulb, or some other little badge or box thing just to find out that they've been moved to an end cap or they're just a new item. It's a real pain in the ass. I was in electrical trying to locate some tiny fuses. I was getting frustrated because even though I was where the fuses were supposed to be, I couldn't find the one I was holding, so I decided to walk the aisles and see if I might happen to come across him. As I walked to aisle 31, that's the main aisle that runs down the center of the floor, I saw a large, reddish-brown pool of something on the floor that wasn't there before. I also noticed that whatever made the pool had been dragged away and into the last lumber aisle, which also happens to be the last aisle of the store. Annoyed about it because I think that John or Steve might have been leaking something off a pallet and not realize it, I followed the smeared trail. I could not have been more wrong. As I turned the corner, I stopped. What I saw was not Steve or John. What I saw was a nightmare. At first, I couldn't make it out. It looked like a moving pile of wet clothes. There was a squishing sound that emanated from it every time it appeared to move an inch forward. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but as it kept slithering forward, I finally grasped what I was seeing, and it was impossible. I took a step back and bumped a stack of blue buckets. You know the ones. We have them located at the end of almost every aisle. The 5-gallon one. Anyway, I bumped a stack of those and they went down, causing a loud enough racket to wake the dead. I looked down at the buckets, then back at the thing. It had lifted its head and was looking at me. It was just what I was afraid it was. Someone's skin. Just fucking skin. No internal anything. It was flabby and squishy and twisted with reddish brown liquid oozing out of its holes and from between its wrinkled folds. It had stopped moving, and its head was twisted around looking at me with its eyeless holes. Its mouth opened wide and more liquid flowed slowly out, and somehow it made a deep moan. I took a step back, and the thing came at me. Dear God, it was fast. Almost too fast, as it just seemed to slither all over itself as it raced towards me. And to give you an idea of what it was like, imagine the 1980s version of the Blob coming at you, except instead of it being a pink snotty thing, it was someone's skin. You better believe I beat feet getting the hell out of there. I think it was the first time I ever really screamed out of real fear. I ran as fast as I could, and let me tell you, for someone as big as I am, you'd be surprised at how the right motivation can really get you moving. I found Mike in the dock office with Steve and John. It took me a while to catch my breath and composure before I told them what happened. Lucky for me, they of course knew about the strange shit that's been happening at Lowe's longer than I have, but this was new even for them. I led them back to where I saw the skin. Mike was pissed about the wet mess. It was just more work we'd have to do to clean up. But when we reached that last aisle, they peeked around the corner and saw nothing. The skin thing was gone, but it left a trail. Not much of one, though. They could see where it turned around and came at me, but we can see where it stopped after I bolted. Then the trail slid off to the side and literally ended at the base of the wall. It was like it just slipped through a cove joint, leaving a buildup of that weird liquid that was coming out of it. "What's that?" John asked when he saw something in the liquid. It looked like one of our name tags. Mike took out a pen and flipped it over to see the name. Trevor. Mike stood up fast when he saw that name. No, it can't be. Can't be what? Trevor, Mike explained, was the name of the man that the arm had grabbed. Well, fuck me, right? Like I said, I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stick around here. When you almost shit yourself twice in the same week, it really makes you think about your life choices. I'm gonna stick around for now, but I already told Mike that if I ever see self-moving skin again, I'm just gonna walk out the doors and not look back. A person has to have limits, and I think I might be in mine. That's it for now. I'll keep you updated if anything new happens. or if I quit. And remember, have a Lowe's safe day. Sorry, yeah, I know, it's been a while. Thanks for bearing with me. It's tough to write during the holiday seasons with having 2 kids, but I did promise people that I would write about the going-ons at my store, and after such a long time since I last wrote, a lot of shit has happened. Let me just start by saying that so far no one has died, so there's that at least. The crazy activity, though, has increased, and new things have been popping up. One of the creepiest newbies is the girl in the trash compactor. The first time I saw her, my heart almost stopped. It was the end of the day, or should I say night, considering it was 5 a.m. I was throwing the trash away through the chute when I heard a soft sound. I couldn't make it out at first, but it was just too soft, and then I heard it just a bit louder. It was a voice, a young girl's voice, and it was coming from the other side of the chute. Hello? I said, with, let's say, a little bit of apprehension. There was a rustling, and I can see some garbage moving around as a delicate, gray hand reached up and grabbed the other end of the chute, and then another gray hand appeared in between them and the top, and a head started to rise. It had thin, dirty blonde hair with some kind of nasty wet all over it, and as the head rose higher, 2 dead, angry pale eyes peeked up over the edge of the chute's edge. I quickly closed and locked the chute. I try not to empty the trash anymore. Another new thing is the bird. Now, if you've been at Lowe's, and there might have been a chance or two that you've seen a bird flying around. I really don't blame them, honestly. It's warm, there's many places to hide, there's free of predators, for the most part, and of course there's plenty of bird food. What we have, though, isn't really a bird per se. I mean, we call it the bird, but it isn't really one. It can fly, it has wings, a beak and feathers, but it also has other things as well. It has these spider-like legs that it uses to climb along walls in the ceiling when it's not zooming around. I one time saw it spin a web in the corner of the store, and it caught another bird which it ate. And I wish to God I didn't see that. It caught the bird, jabbed it with its 2 long front legs, and its head split open, showing multiple wiggling things which it inserted into the flapping little bird. I watched in horror as the bird seemed to deflate and then melt. I had to turn away and swallow a verp. Now, you may not know what a verp is, but I damn near guarantee you that you've done it. Let me explain it. It's simply vomit plus burp, which equals verp. So yeah, after I saw that thing, I had to swallow it like a man, that little bit of partially digested nastiness. Not a good night. Then there was the night that the power went off. This caused me some undue nightmares. But, you might say, it's just a power outage. Anywhere else I'd agree with you. But have you ever been in a big box store during a power outage? It's creepy, like, it's almost an act against nature for those kinds of stores to be without power. Well, this, unlike anything else, is my Lowe's. And of course, when the power went out, the strangeness started. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It was just before Christmas, and all through the Lowe's, not a customer was stirring, not even the DIY hose. Alright, seriously though, I was stocking over in plumbing, and I tell you that plumbing can be just as annoying as tool world or electrical. Not all the time, but when you get a shipment of joints and connectors, and you're gonna be there for a few hours. And it's a good thing I had a new audiobook. As I was saying though, I was stocking plumbing and minding my own business when, bam, total darkness. And I mean total. I waved my hand in front of my face, and nothing. My first thought was simply, Fuck. Without hesitation, I pulled out my phone and switched on the light, and I was suddenly in Outlast. My other phone, it's called a Zebra. It's our in-store phone that can be used to look up prices or locations and lets us call each other. Well, my Zebra went off, and I answered it. It was staticky, which was weird considering when was the last time you heard static on a phone? Yeah, they cut out and break up, but static? Mine had static. I heard a voice, sounded like Mike, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. Then my phone cut out. Well, at least the light still worked, thank God. I yelled out. Even though Lowe's is a big store, your voice can still carry pretty far, so I yelled, and no one answered. But I did hear something move a couple of aisles over. Hey, I yelled as I headed towards the noise. Mike? Steve? John? I turned the corner and saw someone. They were on the edge of my light looking away from me. John? I asked. I thought it might be him. The person in front of me was wearing one of those blue Lowe's hats and a camo vest. In case you didn't know, Lowe's workers can wear two different types of vests. The classic red vest, which is for the average worker, and the camo vest, which I found out on the first day were for veterans. I thought that was pretty cool. I walked up and tapped his shoulder. Hey, John, what happened to the... The man turned around, and I jerked my hand back in terror. The man's face wasn't there. Instead, there was a fleshy tube or tentacle or cord coming out from the middle of his face. The tube ran down to the ground and off into the darkness. It twitched every now and then, and I could see it pulsing. The man reached out towards me as a muffled groan issued out from him. I turned to run, and abruptly was knocked on my ass as I bumped right into something. As my ass hits the ground, all the lights come on, and John was sitting on his ass as well right in front of me. What the fuck, dude? John said, confused. I jumped up and looked around. The tube man was gone. Where'd he go? I yelled. Where'd who go? John said as he stood up. When I mentioned the blackout, he had no idea what I was talking about. He told me that the lights hadn't even blinked, let alone went out, and that I'd just seemed to come out of nowhere, running right into him. I literally have no idea of what had just happened, but I don't want it to happen again. Some other updates. The thing in the garden center has been quiet lately, which has been nice, but I believe it's because the watcher is now always standing right outside the fence. Whatever the watcher is, it's so bad that it scares the thing. So I'm guessing that isn't such a good thing. Speaking about the watcher, this son of a bitch scared the shit out of me the other day. I was outside stocking some vases. Now that Christmas is over, we're starting to get in a lot of the spring items, like wind chimes, planters, those kinds of things. Anyway, I was stocking the vases, which is located right against the fence. I was a bit nervous knowing how the watcher had been getting close, but when I checked, I saw him standing at the edge of the parking lot, and you know how big a Lowe's parking lot can be. So I knew that even if he started walking, I'd have at least a few minutes before he would be close, so I went to grab a box. I opened it and pulled out this blue-black ceramics vase. I looked at it for a moment, admiring the color. It was pretty. I turned around to put it on the shelf, and the watcher was right against the fence. I haven't screamed that high pitch since my balls dropped. I went from baritone to soprano in 0.6 seconds flat. The vase was also a loss, along with my dignity. And Danny's been really active as well, causing no end of mischief. Steve has been actively trying to hunt and kill him. Why? Let me tell you a little story. About 4 days ago, Steve set his phone down and walked away. Now, if you read my previous parts, then you know that's a bad idea. As you can guess, Danny swiped it. Steve even saw Danny take it. He told me that when he turned back into the aisle, Danny was holding the phone, actually flipped Steve off, and climbed up over the rack. Steve was cussing up a storm, and I'm sorry, I was laughing. I told him it was his own damn fault for leaving his phone lying around. Steve did find his phone later on, but it was cracked and actually smoking. And believe it or not, though, that's not even the worst part. Turns out, Steve was cheating on his girlfriend with, I kid you not, his ex-wife, and Danny had forwarded all of their texts to Steve's girlfriend. It wasn't pretty. Steve had no idea how Danny cracked into his phone. I guess that he didn't. He probably knew the password. Steve's phone wasn't one with a touch or face lock. It was just a simple code, and I figured that Danny had been watching us for a while, and since he likes to hang out on the top of the racks, he's probably seen all of us punch in our codes at one time or another. So that's something to really think about. So, now Steve is actively trying to hunt and kill Danny for ruining his life. As much as Danny annoys me, I don't believe it's his fault. Well, not entirely. I mean, it's not Danny's fault that Steve was cheating, and it's not Danny's fault that Steve was too stupid to not delete those texts. When I pointed this out to Steve, he just told me to shut up and stormed off. The arm hasn't been seen for a while, and I'm not too upset about it. I hate that creepy thing and it can just stay away. But with things seemingly escalating, I'm sure we'll be seeing it again sooner than later. The new elevator button is showing up more. It's like it wants me to press it. Oh, I'm not even about to. With the way things are right now, who the hell knows where it would go? And as far as I'm concerned, I'm sure as hell not gonna find out. I think that's just about it for now. With the holidays over, I hope to write more. But something tells me that things are gonna come to a head soon. Mike told me that he's only seen the kind of activities that we're having now only once before when he first started. When I asked him what happened the last time, he took his hat off and just shook his head. If, and I mean if, it comes to a head like last time, one or more of us might not make it out. But that's the extreme end. I'm sure it won't come to that. Damn it, Mike. Could you be more ominous? I swear, if it wasn't for the pay I make, I think that I should quit or transfer. But recently I found out that my wife works with a woman whose husband works at another Lowe's in the area, and found out that I get paid a lot, and I mean a lot more than he does. This tells me that maybe someone in management, or maybe even higher up, might know what's going on here at night. And if that's true, why is it such a secret, and why does day shift seem to not believe us about what happens when we tell them? I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. But something just really seems off. Anyway, I'm out and heading to bed. Have a low, safe day. Well, hey there, I'm back. Well, our manager dropped in this week, and I must say, things got a bit ominous. But before I go into that, let me tell you guys about some more weird shit that went down this week. It started out with the bathroom. I was in there doing, well, my business, surfing the net, when I heard something. At first I thought I was just imagining it, but then I heard it again. It was a soft giggle. I, of course, finished up and pulled up my pants. I walked around the small bathroom trying to locate the giggle, and after a brief moment, I was able to locate that the sound was coming out of the drain. I got down and put my ear to it. I could hear the giggle better now. It sounded like a kid's giggle, specifically a little girl's giggle. I looked down the drain, but all I could see was blackness. I pulled out my phone, turned on its light, and I shined it down the drain. I saw something, but I couldn't quite make it out until it moved. An eye opened and looked up at me. "Hi," it whispered. I very quickly no thank you'd out of that bathroom, and I don't care how friendly that drain eyeball seemed to be. I was not using that bathroom again. I just hope it can't travel through the drains. That's all I need. Now, remember back to my first post when I mentioned the devices we call turtles that we use for theft prevention, and how a couple of them went off for no reason? Well, about 4 days ago, around 3 a.m., every single one of them started chiming at exactly the same moment. And as they chimed, the music over the intercoms, top 40 shit, stopped playing and was replaced by a deep, croaking voice, speaking a language that none of us could even come close to understanding or even guessing what it was. I mean, it literally sounded completely inhuman. The turtles chimed and the voice spoke, for lack of a better term, for about a minute, and as quickly as they started, they all just stopped. Not much else happened for the rest of the night, but it definitely threw us off our groove. The next thing actually made me smile a bit when I saw it. I was working in plumbing, and you guys know how I feel about plumbing. Only thing worse is nails, nuts, and bolts. Well, I was putting away some PVC pipe and elbow joints when a box fell on me and nearly made me jump out of my shoes. I looked at it confused, then looked upwards. What I saw was something I didn't think I would ever see. Now, you know that bird I talked about last time? Well, it was going crazy, squawking, flapping, and just making all kinds of noises due to the fact that Danny was trying to attack it. They were all over the place. They were like two WWE wrestlers back in the early 2000s, when the shit was actually good. The bird would swoop in to try to bite or whip Danny, while Danny would punch the ever-loving shit out of it whenever the bird got too close. "Hey, Danny!" I yelled. Danny stopped and looked down at me. I could see annoyance on his rotund little face. "Get that son of a bitch!" I said as I gave him a thumbs up. Danny promptly flipped me off and bolted after the rapidly escaping bird. Well, he might not like me, but I still hate the stupid bird more than Danny. At least Danny never sucked dry another bird. I think that I've come to like the little asshole, in fact. Yeah, he's a shitload of trouble and causes no end of mischief, but there was just something about the bald little bastard that I can't help but like. I don't know. I guess he grows on you, much like a fungus. He reminds me of a pug. You know what a pug is, right? Those little inbred abominations that are probably one of the ugliest, most useless dogs on the face of the earth. But it's those reasons that people love them. It's where the term, "so ugly it's cute," comes from. Now that I think about it, they're so ugly, they actually become adorable. Animals are the only ones that term equates to. You'll never hear that term for a person or, hell, even a baby. And yeah, there are ugly babies out there, we all know it, and we've all seen them. Don't act like you haven't. There's always that couple that you know, that if they breed, they'd produce the human version of a pug. And then they actually do breed, and now you're forced to tell them that their little Sid the Sloth is just so adorable, because you want to be a nice person and not hurt their feelings. But in your head, all you can think about is that you hope this kid develops one hell of a personality. Could you actually imagine someone looking at an ugly baby and saying, "Aw, he's so ugly that he's cute"? I'll tell you one thing. I want to be there when that bomb drops, just so I can see the aftermath. Alright, enough rambling. The arm is back. Or should I say arms? And I mean those sons of bitches came back with a vengeance. It's gotten crazy in the Isles because just this week alone, at least 18 of them have been spotted, and multiple ones at a time. John almost got grabbed by one. Well, he actually did get grabbed by one, but luckily it just grabbed his shoe, which slipped off when the arm retracted back under the shelf. Almost gave John a heart attack, and I don't blame him. Mike said he's never seen anything like this. There's only been one, and only one ever showed up a few times a month. I can tell that Mike is getting nervous, and that man never gets nervous. He's been here longer than any of us have, and pretty much has seen it all. But the last few weeks, I've heard him say he's never seen anything like what's been happening more than I really care to count, and that makes me nervous. Alright, let me tell you about the district manager dropping by. It was the other day and I was over indoors trying to put, well, doors away, and I'm trying to locate the correct place for them to go, which was proving incredibly difficult because some asshole during the day shift decided that it would be a great idea to switch around all the doors, but not the price stickers. So I couldn't find screw all, and it was really starting to piss me off when a call came over the intercom. It was Steve. "Hey guys," he said. "Can everyone come out to the garden center?" Steve never gave an all call over the intercom like that, so I have to say I was a bit curious. I walked over to aisle 31, or the middle aisle, I should say, and headed over to the garden center. I bumped into John as he came out from lighting. "What's going on?" he asked me. "What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino?" I asked him. He looked up at me slightly confused. "What?" he asked. "Hell if I know," I told him. "Let's just see what he wants." As we approached the sliding doors, we could see Steve standing out on the open section of the garden center. "Hey," John said, "it's snowing." That it was, heavily too. We could see it accumulating as we watched. Mike walked up next to us. "Is that lightning?" That's when I noticed a few more things. Steve was looking straight up at the snowy night sky as what looked like green lightning lit up the garden center. How did I not notice that before? We slid the doors open and walked out. As we approached Steve, all of our eyes looked up, and we all came to a stop. "Dear God," whispered John in horrified awe. Above us, there was a blizzard roaring unlike anything we've ever seen before. The clouds lit up with dark, green lightning, but that really wasn't anything compared to what else there was. Silhouetted within the clouds of the storm, showed us only when the lightning flashed, there was something large. No, not large. That's not the right word for it. It was something enormous, so big that it filled every inch of the cloud and lightning-covered sky. It looked like long, slow-moving cords or tentacles covering from horizon to horizon. Oh, and when I say roaring before, I meant it. The sky was literally roaring. "John," I said, "call your wife, see if she can see this." John pulled out his phone and called her. I knew that she was a night owl, and we had a good chance that she might still be up. I, myself, took out my own phone and pointed up towards the sky to see if I can get a video of this madness that we were witnessing, and of course, all I could see on my camera was falling snow. John hangs up his phone. "Well?" asked Steve. "She can't see a damn thing," John said as he tucked his phone back into his pocket. "Crikey, that can't be good," someone else said. We all jumped a foot at the new voice behind us. We spun around to see Todd, our manager, looking up with his hands behind his back. "Todd, when did you get here?" Mike said. And Todd looked away from the sky and to Mike. "Just now. Can I speak to you, Mike?" "Of course," Mike said. Todd turned to us. "All right, everyone. I know it's weird, but I need everyone to get back to their jobs for now." "But," I said, pointing up, the sky monster." Yeah, Todd said, waving me away. "I'm well aware. Just please go back to what you were doing. I'll talk to you all in a moment." We all looked up once, then started in. "Wait," Todd said. "Stay away from Tool World. There was something squishy over there." Well, I can give a guess at what or who that was. So we all headed in, and I went back to try to finish doors. It wasn't very long, though, before Todd showed up. "Can I speak to you?" You know, I just realized that in all my posts, I never told you guys my name. It's probably for the best, to be honest, so I'll use Trent for now. "Can I speak to you, Trent?" Todd asked. I pulled my gloves off. "Sure." "You've seen it, haven't you?" "You gotta narrow that down a bit, boss man." "The button." Oh, yeah, I've seen it. And you haven't pressed it? Why would I? Curiosity? I ain't that curious. Todd sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. Listen, the store has chosen you. Chosen me. Yeah, and you need to press the button. Why? Because if you don't, then things are going to keep escalating until... Until what? Until they don't stop, and then it'll be too late. Too late for what? Todd just looks at me with a sad face. That's up to you. Press the button, Trent, and do the right thing. Todd turns and walks away. What the actual hell, Todd? Do the right thing? Last I checked, this wasn't a Spike Lee joint. What am I supposed to do with that? The store has chosen me? For what? Why? Why me? All right. This job has just gotten a lot worse and a whole lot more intense. I have absolutely no idea what I should do. If anyone has any suggestions, I'm more than open and willing to hear them. And so I guess until I can figure that stuff out, everyone try to have a low, safe day. Alright, first, just let me say that I'm writing this from the hospital. I'm okay for the most part, though I can't say the same for everyone. But before I get to the end, let me start from the beginning. The day it really went sideways started out like any other day, really. I showed up at 9, put my lunch away, grabbed a Mountain Dew, sugar-free Mountain Dew, that is. God, I'm grateful for that. I need to cut back on my sugar intake, but I hate, and I mean hate, Diet Mountain Dew. Shit tastes like ass. But this new sugar-free Mountain Dew tastes only just a little bit off. Kinda like Mountain Lightning from Walmart. Anyway, I grabbed my Dew and headed for the dock to see what's going on. The night was running normally. I was told to take care of the electrical today and had only 3 pallets. Not really that bad, to be honest. It looked like most of it was fans and lamps, but there was one pallet that had a shitload of little things on it. You know, things like switches and plugs and whatnot. Anyway, I had just got done separating the pallets into aisle locations when I noticed it was getting close to midnight, and that means I was getting close to my first break. So I left my items where they were, in neat little piles all over the floor, and headed to the dock to grab my charger. I started listening to a whole bunch of new podcasts, and I like to keep my phone as charged as I can, but since I use wire headphones, I really couldn't charge it while I listened. I used to have Bluetooth headphones, but I ran them over with my car. It really pissed me off when I found it the next day. Just a shitload of tiny little pieces all over the road. I know we sell these pocket chargers that use batteries. They're pretty damn cool, to be honest, and I've been meaning to buy one for a while. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So I charge my phone for the half hour that I take my lunch, and the half hour for my second break, which gives my phone just enough charge to last until 6 a.m. when I get done. Well, I had just got into the dock. Mike was on the narrow aisle reach truck that everyone called the Star Wars. When I asked why they called it that, he told me that it's because it looks like something in Star Wars that someone rode. Now, with me being the dork that I totally am, I was confused. I've watched those movies 100 times, and I had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Maybe someone made a joke once about, "May the forks be with you?" Well, I don't know. But I said hey to him, and went to the office, and grabbed the charger that I used when all hell broke loose. The entire building felt like it bucked like a wild pony trying to kick off a rider. Power went out. The emergency lights blared to life. The things went flying off the top racks. Shit fell over everywhere. I was knocked to the ground, and I heard a loud crash and Mike screamed. I got up and checked myself quickly. I, fortuitously, was fine. I ran out of the office and yelled out, "Mike!"
Over here,"
Mike replied. I went over to him to find that the Star Wars was tipped over, and Mike was buried under it, and it looked like a couple of refrigerators that we had stored on the higher shelves as well. Luckily for him, though, the tipped-over forklift protected him from the heavy appliances. "Are you okay?" I asked him. He tugged at his foot. "I think I'm fine, but my foot is stuck." "Was that an earthquake?" Mike looked at me and slowly shook his head.
"I'm afraid not," he said sadly. "It's time."
"Time? For you to decide." "Decide? Decide what?" There was a loud bang. It made us both duck in alarm as something smashed into the dock roll door. We both looked over at the large claw-like nail that had pierced through the roll door as something on the other side of it continued to bang on it, trying to pry it open. It was the thing from the windstorm. Mike turned to me quickly and yelled over the noise. "You gotta decide what's important to you. You have to press the button and make the choice." "But," I said, frozen. "Everything. Everyone is at stake. You have to run." The sound of metal scraping and peeling hits us as other claws started to pierce the roll door. "Run!" Mike yelled one last time. I was off. "Press the button," I heard Mike yell after me as I ran out of the dock. I turned and ran down the right wall, and as I passed the aisles, I can see in the dim lights what looked like hundreds of arms reaching out from everywhere. They came out no longer from just the bottom shelf of the rack, but from every shelf and every rack. Within some of those aisles, I can see that they had a hold of something. I at first thought that they had John or Steve, but then I noticed that those bodies had those cord things coming out of their faces. It was just like that thing I saw during the power outage close to Christmas, and the arms were ripping them apart. I tried not to look at the gory messes as I ran past, but I could hear it. The wet ripping, the squishy plops, and the hard snapping. Dear God, as if I didn't already have enough nightmare fuel in the tank. I ran up to aisle 31, our middle aisle, and it was clear of arms. I had just taken my first steps to run when the garden center's doors exploded. I ducked, almost falling in shock. I looked behind me as the watcher stepped into the store. His eyes focused down on me as he reached out towards me. I was frozen to the spot. I had to move. I had to run, but my fucking feet weren't listening. Son of a bitch. Hey, asshole! Both the watcher and I turned our heads to see John run up and smash a 10-pound sledgehammer into the head of the watcher. The watcher spun and fell to one knee, dazed. John looked at me. "Go! I got Big Bad here." "You sure?" I said with more shake in my voice than I cared to admit. The watcher started to stand, but John roared and overhead slammed the sledge into the watcher's back, sending him to the floor. John winked. "This old Marine's got your back, son." I nodded and took off down the aisle. I reached aisle 1 and had to skid to a stop when the unthinkable happens. The roof over by cabinets groaned and buckled as a large, fat, segmented tentacle bathed in dark green light broke through and smashed into the ground, shattering all of the displays, sending rubble and wood chunks everywhere. This wasn't even the whole damn tentacle. This was just part of it, like some weird bendy elbow. "Hey!" I looked up aisle 1 to see Steve waving at me. "Get your ass over here!" he screamed. Well, I listened and bolted towards him. We have to get out of here. Get some help." I whizzed at him, trying to catch my breath. "Can't," he said as he threw his thumb over his shoulders towards the doors. "Doors won't open. Besides, I don't think there's anything out there." I looked behind him and out the doors. He was right. The doors were seamless, but it didn't matter, because through the doors all I saw was the dark green light and enormous shadows. "Fuck," I hissed, annoyed. "What?" Steve asked. I stood and ran to the elevator. Steve followed me. "What are you doing?" Steve asked. I pressed the elevator's call button. Would I fucking have to, it seems. The door slid open, and I stepped inside. Steve followed me. You don't have to," I said to him as I put my finger on the old worn button. There came another loud crash as another part of the roof, I think over by lumber, collapsed. "I'm not staying out here," he said. I shrugged and pressed the button. The elevator doors closed. There was a moment of nothing happening, and then a jolt as we started to descend. What do you think is down here?" Steve asked nervously. "What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino?" I asked him. He looked at me as a thin smile came to his lips. "Fuck you," he laughed. That brought a smile to my own, and then the doors opened. A hallway stood before us. A hallway made of old cinder blocks and rusty industrial lights that seemed to work only part of the time, or whenever the hell they feel like it. "Come on, I don't think we have a lot of time." We took off down the hallway at a jog. Luckily, we didn't have to go far when the hallway opened up to a gigantic space. It was so large that we couldn't see the top nor the sides, and the only reason we could see anything was because, about 30 yards ahead of us, was a large open pit that dark green light and smoke issued out of. On the other side of the pit was a statue that stood easily 50 feet tall, give or take a foot. I really couldn't make out what the statue was supposed to look like, because I actually couldn't look at it. Every time I tried to, my head hurt, like it was on fire, and my eyes burned and teared up. It was almost as if the thing was so alien to our world that my brain couldn't comprehend what it was. The only thing I could tell was that it was big, and it looked like it was moving. "What's wrong with that thing?" Steve asked. "I don't know, but I think we have to get closer." "Why?" Steve asked, horrified. I didn't answer him this time. Instead, I kept my eyes away from the statue and jogged up to the pit. I stopped at the edge and looked over. It was like looking into... well, I honestly can't explain it. It was beyond anything of our world or imagination, and what I saw down that god-forsaken hole was so twisted and vile and foreign that it made me spin away and I vomited. I can only pray that my mind will one day erase that trauma, because if it doesn't, then my nightmares just became night terrors. Steve looked at me, both horrified and curious. He went to go look, but I grabbed his arm and shook my head. "Don't," I told him as I stood up and wiped my face. "Just don't." "What are we supposed to do now?" Steve asked, looking around the room, avoiding the statue in the pit. A voice suddenly boomed from all around us.
"The chosen one must choose."
"Jesus Christ!" Steve yelled in surprise. "Choose what?" I yelled back into the dark. "I have no idea what I'm supposed to choose."
"Look at me," boomed the voice.
Oh, God, no. I didn't want to look, but I could feel my head being forced towards the statue. I tried to close my eyes, but it wasn't working. I fought it. I fought it with everything I could muster. But I knew that I was in a losing battle of wills with a thing that was older and maybe more powerful than God. My eyes were forced upon the grotesque statue and fire erupted in my head. It was as though someone took a hot soldering iron and slowly pushed it into my eye. I screamed as knowledge that no human was ever supposed to know was forced into my weak, mushy brain. It was only a second, but it seemed like forever, until the accursed thing let me go. I collapsed to the ground in a curled-up fetal position. I'm not sure if I did or not, but I think I might have cried out for my mom. Steve came over to me and shook me gently. "Trent, you okay?" I slowly looked up at him. "Jesus, you're bleeding from everywhere," he said. Turns out that being force-fed otherworldly damned information caused all the orifices in your head to spontaneously bleed. Who knew, right? I know what I have to do. I know why the store chose me. I did, too. I finally understood why the store had picked me and what was going on. It was so strangely clear. I slowly started to stand up with Steve helping me. "I know what I have to do," I told him as I stepped up towards the hole. I heard Steve sigh, but for some reason, it was tinged with sadness. "I had hoped that you wouldn't figure it out," he said. I turned around to him, confused. "What do you—" I stopped talking because my attention was solely on the gun Steve was pointing at me. "Steve?" Steve shrugged. "Sorry. I really did like you." And then he shot me. All right. I'm sorry to leave you at such a cliffhanger, but my pain meds are starting to kick in, and I can barely keep my head up. I promise to finish writing what happened next time, but I gotta stop for now. Just, if you're married, kiss your significant other, and if you have kids, hug them, hold them tight, and tell them how much you love them. And as always, try to have a low, safe day." Alright, so I'm doing better. My wounds only hurt a little bit today. I'm out of the hospital and relaxing at home now. I'm spending most of my days playing video games or watching Netflix. Real excited about Lock and Key. I love the comic, so I've been binge-watching it. I also powered through Is It Okay to Pick Up Girls in Dungeons? Loved that anime, by the way. I want to address something before I tell the last of my story. It seems that a lot of people don't believe me about what happened. And to be honest, I don't blame them or you, if you're one of them. I fully understand just how insane this all sounds, and if I was on the other end, I know for a fact that I sure as hell wouldn't believe it either. I wish to God that none of this happened. I hope every day that I'll wake up and it was all one big crazy dream. But I really don't think that'll be happening anytime soon. Now, as you can tell where I left off, Steve had shot me. But obviously he didn't kill me. This isn't Sunset Boulevard. He got me in my shoulder. It spun me around like a record, baby, and I dropped. The pain was intense. It wasn't like in the movies or TV, where you could just walk it off. Oh no. It burned like a white-hot motherfucking poker being pushed right through me. My whole arm went numb and useless. I honestly wish I could have passed out from the pain instead of having to feel it. I looked up at Steve with a, let's say, more than a little confused look. Steve shrugged. "Why?" I had to ask. "Because I can't let you do what you were planning on doing. I have to. If I don't, everything will be destroyed. Yeah, I know. We're counting on it." All right, time for a little catch-up. When I was forced into looking at the statue, it showed me everything. A little more than I needed to know, if I'm honest. For example, are you ever alone in a room and you get the weird feeling like something's watching you? Or you put something down only for it to disappear, then reappear later on? Well, just be grateful you don't know why that is. And no, I'm not telling you. It's bad enough that I'm forced to know. Wish I could have used the head key from Lock and Key and remove that horrid piece of information. That statue told me what's really going on. And this is where the real crazy starts. If you think my story was unbelievable before, then I'm really gonna lose you now. Alright, here we go. And I'm letting you guys know that I seem to be losing most of what I was given, as if I was trying to hold water. So a lot of what I'm saying is pretty much paraphrasing. Now, a couple of millennia ago, an ancient, evil, vehement force was captured by a powerful, yeah, I know how this sounds, shamans, and trapped in a pocket realm to spend the rest of eternity. They placed great seals around the earth at strategic locations that use the earth's own energy. I think that some call them ley lines or something, as a generator to forever power the seals and keep the unnamed monstrosity trapped. Or that was the plan, at least. See, during World War II, a lot of the seals were cracked. Now, I got no proof, but I would bet my bottom dollar to donuts that the Nazis were involved with it. Near-apocalyptic disasters just kind of has their name written all over it. One of those now cracked seals just happened to be under the first Lowe's. When the seal cracked, one of the statues called out to Carl Buchan, a part owner of Lowe's at the time, and explained the situation. It turned out that the creators of the seal anticipated the possible cracking and created the statues as a backup, just in case. Well, it let Buchan know where the other seals were and which ones were cracked and could possibly break, and it was now up to him to secure and fix those that broke. And kind of a lot of pressure to put on one man's shoulders, to be sure. And with the statue's help and guidance, Buchan grew Lowe's through the 50s, and placing all the new Lowe's over other broken seals. After his heart attack in 61, his 5-man executive team, all of them handpicked and knowing of the situation of the broken seals, continued Buchan's plans. The plan was working for the most part, but the problem was, Lowe's wasn't getting everywhere it needed to go. So after much debate, the 5-man team decided to approach other growing companies and their CEOs to see if they could get them to help. And after showing them what was at stake, they actually got Sam Walton of Walmart and Ray Kroc of McDonald's on board with the plan. As capitalists, they had a strong interest in seeing that the world wasn't destroyed. It'd be bad for business and all that. And since 1941, there have been 14 cracked seals that have broken and then been resealed. The one under my store is number 15. That was why all that strange shit was always happening. With the cracked seal under the store, otherworldly madness was slipping through. And now with the seal completely broken, all hell was pouring out of it and it was up to me to reseal it. But I had a limited amount of time to do that. How do I reseal it, you ask? Well, that's the choice part that everyone kept talking about. To reseal a broken seal, it takes one of the most powerful forces on Earth, a human soul that's given up freely. See, that's why I was chosen. I was the only one that had something real to lose. I could walk away and save myself, but in doing so, I would be dooming all of mankind, including my wife and 2 young kids. That was the choice, but for me it wasn't a choice at all. That was until Steve shot my ass. "We've been waiting a long time for this," Steve said, "and I can't let you seal the gate when we're this close." I looked at him confused. "We?" A slight smile spread across Steve's face. "Why? Home Depot, of course." "Home? What?" I said with even more confusion in my voice. The room rumbled. "Times are running," Steve said. "Long story short, a Home Depot was founded by a coven with the sole purpose of finding an open gate and keeping it open so our true God can come forth and cleanse the world of human infection. With you gone, the chosen can't choose, and the gate will stay open." He leveled a gun at me. "So, goodbye." I close my eyes waiting for the bang. They say you never hear the one that gets you. God, I hope that's true. But out of the blue was a bewildering, inhuman screech off towards the elevator. We both kind of stopped and looked over confused. "What the hell?" Steve asked. Like a naked, hairless little blur, Danny came running out of the hallway. Steve's face went from confused to seriously pissed off. "You little son of a bitch," Steve said through his gritted teeth. He turned the gun from me towards Danny and opened fire. Danny zigged and zagged like a fat, squat fly avoiding a swatter. He ran right up to Steve, and just as Steve's gun clicked empty, he jumped up and, Lord have mercy, bit down hard on Steve's crotch. Steve cried out in anguished pain. He dropped the gun and started punching his crotch, trying to pry Danny off his twig and berries. I stood up and watched the crazy scene playing out in front of me. Then an idea came to me, and I prayed to God that it would work. And despite the pain from the hole in my shoulder, I took off towards the screaming Steve and ran straight into him, knocking him off balance. He stumbled back, spun his arms trying to maintain his balance, but I could tell he was on the losing edge of that battle. Danny let go of Steve's snozberries as Steve totters on the side of the abyss. "I give this soul freely," I whispered as I ran up and pushed Steve one last time as he toppled and screamed as he fell over the edge and into the dark green hell. The whole cavern shook and rumbled as rocks from an unseen ceiling high above started to fall. I looked down at Danny. "Elevator," I said as we both started running. "Too bad I didn't make it there. I think a rock hit my head or something, because there was a sharp pain from up above, and I completely blacked out, and when I woke up, I was lying in a hospital bed with my wife sitting in a chair watching the news." Hun?" I asked weakly. My wife startled and jumped to my side. I asked her what happened and how I got here. She explained to me that while I was stocking something somehow, a toilet fell from its stored location and on my head, which caused me to deadfall on a pickaxe. I'm not sure where she got that story from, but I think it best if she keeps believing it. The rest of the day went by normally. I saw my kids and the rest of my family as they all swung by to say hi. The doctors come by to check on me and see how I'm doing. My wife brought me a foot-long meatball from Subway sandwich, my favorite overall. It was nice. When visiting time was over, I went ahead and sent my wife home with the kids so she could get a decent night's sleep, and that's when I got 2 more visitors. I had just sat back and was getting comfortable when there was a knock on my door and 2 people came in. The first one was Todd, and the second one I knew I recognized, but couldn't put my finger on. "Todd?" I asked with surprise. "Hey, mate, can we come in?" Sure." Todd came in and motioned towards the man behind him. "This is Mr. Marvin Ellison, the CEO of Lowe's." I snapped my fingers. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. He came over and shook my hand. "Nice to meet you. We promised to make this quick." "Is this about what happened?" "Yeah," Todd said, "and everything that entails." "You are a hero, there's no doubt about that," Ellison said. "But," I led. "But," continued Ellison, "what we have here is something unprecedented." "How?" "Well, mate, you're still here. Up until now, the seal has always been sealed by a self-sacrifice. You sealed it with just a sacrifice. With just a sacrifice. To be honest, I didn't know if it would work or not." "Well," said Ellison, "so far it seems to have. That's why I'm here. I wanted to thank you in person." And he reached into his suit and pulled out an envelope and handed it to me. We would love to have you back working for us, but we also fully understand if you want to seek other life choices. As long as things are kept under wraps, that is. Mr. Ellison, who in the hell would believe me about anything that happened? Shit. I lived through it and don't really believe it. Mr. Ellison smiled and nodded. Todd shook my hand. Well, I hope to see you again, mate. We'll see, I said back. By the way, is Mike and John okay? Todd smiled. Everyone's fine. Even Danny. I smiled at that. Todd walked over and opened the door for Ellison. Mr. Ellison, I said just before he went through the door. He turned back to me. Yeah? Steve, I explained. He worked for Home Depot. I think they're out to get, well, everyone. I'm well aware, Ellison said to me. That's why I left them. Thank you for the info, though. He and Todd left and closed the door behind them. I opened the envelope and pulled out a very large check and a letter. The letter thanked me and told me to enjoy my life, and with the check, I think that my family will do just that. So, that's my crazy-ass story. Sorry it took so long to get out. Life has been keeping me busy. I know how hard it is to believe, and I don't blame you if you don't. But thank you to everyone that followed this insane ride and worried about me and the others. And as always, remember to have a low, safe day. I live up in Monroe, Pennsylvania. For those who don't know, it's a historical site when it comes to horror movies, being that it has the mall where they recorded the original Dawn of the Dead back in 1977. The town itself isn't that different from any other, but the type of people we occasionally get passing through can certainly be interesting. There's the occasional tourist group, horror convention, and several Romero tributes. All I'm saying is that we're pretty used to seeing weird stuff around here. Not like every day, but more often than I'd like to admit. So when I first saw a flyer for something called the Traveling Graveyard, I didn't give it a second thought. However, it happened to be taped to a wall just outside of the Indian restaurant where I waited in line for my Friday night tikka masala, so I gave it a look. It took me a few seconds to even realize what it said. It was a strange collection of words, like raspberry shoes, a hug missile, or bright black. I had to look closer, kinda like you did when you clicked on this. I took a picture of the flyer, got my order, and made it back to my car. I could tell it was gonna rain. I spent some time checking the picture in my car, zooming in on the details I might have missed. The flyer had a simple vector graphic style picture of a tombstone with an elderly couple standing behind it. They were leaning against one another, smiling and looking straight forward. At first it looked fine, but once I zoomed in, I noticed little discrepancies. For example, they had too many teeth. I could count several rows of them. Another was that the woman in the picture, who at first looked like she was leaning on her husband, was actually grabbing him by the neck. The Traveling Graveyard, it said. Coming this Friday to Monroeville. Printed in small letters underneath. There was an address and a bunch of company logos at the bottom. I didn't recognize any of them, but it looked legit, like some kind of sponsored event. I figured it might be a movie premiere, given the town's history. Lucky for me, the address was on my way home. I could swing by and just catch a glimpse. I hadn't heard of any big projects being filmed in the area, but sometimes those things can fly under the radar. Then again, it could be a club or some kind of opening event. There was no way to tell. I sent the picture of the flyer to my buddy Henry, who immediately called me up as I pulled out of the parking lot. The guy lives for horror stuff. What the hell is it? He spurted out, not even saying hello. No idea. I'm checking it out on my way back. I'll meet you there. You don't have a car. I'll bike. He hung up before I got the chance to ask him about it. I had no idea he even knew how to ride a bike. I made my way to the address. The road was mostly gravel, leading through a small forest passage just outside of town. Still pretty central. I could see the lights in the distance. I heard something up ahead and noticed that I wasn't the first car to arrive. And there it was, just around the bend, the traveling graveyard. The place used to be a field for dog agility competitions, but I hadn't seen any arranged for quite some time. Now it was a graveyard. At least 4 dozen tombstones, all neatly arranged. A black cast iron fence surrounding the area, and an honest-to-God church waiting at the end of a long dirt path. No haunted house Halloween decor, just an actual graveyard that had sprung out of seemingly nowhere. Some cars came, others went, and when the crowd settled, I counted 9 other people who were curious enough to stick around. They'd stepped out of their cars to take pictures and chat. Some thought it was a kind of promotional thing. Others were convinced it was a movie set. When Henry finally arrived, he was practically blue in the face. I stood there leaning against the hood of my car, having my tikka masala, and it took him a solid 3 minutes before he could even talk. When he finally did, he almost threw the bike in a trench. Old thing. Nothing short of a miracle that the chain hadn't rusted shut or broke on the way here. You're driving me back, he wheezed. I just nodded, my mouth full of chickeny goodness. I pointed down the road towards the church. A hell of a set, Henry grinned. What you think? Lionsgate? Universal? What? The production money, man. Movie magic. This is, big time. Which one you think it is? I couldn't answer. Henry seemed convinced already, but I wasn't so sure. If this was a movie set, why would it have that genuine graveyard smell? The soggy grass, the fresh dirt? You can't put that on screen. I finished up my Friday dinner and joined Henry inside the gates. There was a couple ahead of us who were the first to go through, and I could tell they had to make an effort to get in. The gate wasn't just a prop, it was solid iron. Henry just oohed and awed, not paying too much attention to the details. For example, there were no names on the tombstones. They looked real, though. We followed the others inside, walking all the way up to the church. It was a strange building, much smaller than a modern church. I couldn't imagine it being 2 pews wide. It was tall, though, and had a looming bell tower. I looked up to see if I could spot anyone up there, but it was getting too dark. The gathering rain clouds weren't helping. Henry elbowed me, pointing at the church. A little help? They were pulling the doors open. It took 3 of us to do it, and good thing we did, as the first drops of rain just started poking at us. We all gathered, expecting some kind of event manager to reward us for our curiosity, and maybe some movie swag or something. But as those doors swung open, there was nothing. Not a soul. Just dusty old pews, badly insulated stained glass windows, and an empty altar up front. Not a single cross or Bible to be found, but plenty of dry and dead moths. The place was either ransacked or half-finished. Henry seemed to think the latter, while I was leaning more to the former. The peeling paint on the walls wasn't there just for show. It was old, probably lead-based too. This is some The Nun kind of shit, Henry said reverently. Holy shit, this might be a preview screening. Henry, I know you like the view up there, but pull your head out of your ass. This isn't a movie set. Like hell it ain't. Look, see? Plastic flowers. He picked up a flower from under a pew, only to realize that it wasn't plastic. It was dried. A strange, dry, tinted sunflower. The rain was picking up outside. Some of the others turned around to go back, but most of us stuck around to explore the church. We were already invested, and this trip had to mean something. Pennsylvanians aren't about to waste their Friday night just because someone decided to drag them out into nowhere. If anything, they'd be leaving with the communion wine and calling it a good one. I wasn't all too convinced, though. Some of it just looked a bit too real. Checking the pews, I could see little scratched-out letters and numbers. There were a lot of years marked, but none of them seemed to date past 1890. There was also a whole slew of names hastily scrawled on the walls, possibly by children, judging by the height and legibility. At least a dozen names. Boys and girls, no surnames. I stepped back out into the rain and called my buddy Luke. Reception was a bit spotty, but the call got through.
Yeah,
he answered, trying to speak through the static. Hey, can you look something up for me?
What?
Look something up for me. It took me 3 times to explain to him that I wanted some info on the traveling graveyard event. Maybe we'd seen the wrong date or there was some kind of misprint. This was clearly the right place, but it didn't seem like the right time. Luke said he'd look it up and call me right back. I stayed outside for a while, huddling under the roof. I looked down the path leading up to the church to see if the others had already made it out. I figured they had since I couldn't see them anywhere. Then again, their cars were still parked outside. And another thing, the gate was closed. We'd left it open. Why would they close it? I had this sinking feeling that I was missing something obvious, but I couldn't put my finger on what. Like that feeling when you leave home, convinced that you're forgetting something important? I looked around, letting my eyes drift over the tombstones, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. And then again, the rain was making it all harder to see. Henry joined me just as Luke called me back. I kept getting disconnected the moment I pushed over to accept the call. It got dropped over and over, 3 times in quick succession. On the 4th, a weak signal came through. I could barely make out what Luke was saying. There was so much interference that most of it came out sounding like he was stuck in a microwave. A few words pushed through, mostly asking things like, "What the hell?" and "What are you talking about?" It didn't take a genius to get that he had no idea what was going on and that this event was unheard of. I tried yelling the address back at him if he wanted to check it out himself. I spelled it out over and over, but he just couldn't hear me. Finally, as the 4th call disconnected, I texted him instead. I was surprised to see that it went through. Henry just sneered at me. "I don't like that look. What's going on?" "Where did the others go?" I asked, brushing some rain out of my hair. What others?" The guys who left, there was like 4 or 5 of them." "Oh, they went out back, I think." Henry took me back inside, pointing to one of the stained glass windows. He was right. I could see a bunch of people walking back and forth between the graves. There was only one problem, though. There were 7 of them. Not 4, not 5. Henry counted them with me, and the other remaining people in the church stepped up alongside us. We could barely make the others out in the rain, but it was clear that there were a few too many. "Maybe more of them came by," someone whispered. "Maybe they're the event people." "Ugh, can't see more cars," someone responded. "Were they always there? Did we check?" And finally, as we all quieted down, I heard Henry whisper, "What the hell are they doing?" That's what we were all thinking. They were all just standing there, seemingly immobile. They weren't running for cover or leaving altogether. They just stood there as if held by some invisible will. Puppets waiting for their strings to be pulled. Then, from the other side of the room, a whisper. "There are more on this side." At least 8, possibly more further in. No idea where they came from or what they were doing. If anything, they looked more like statues than people. For a moment, we all just stood there, trying to imagine what the hell they were trying to do. Finally, the couple who'd stepped in ahead of us chimed in. They were leaving. I was inclined to join them, but something told me it was a bad idea. Besides, Henry wasn't ready to let me go just yet. If anything, he was getting excited. This all seemed like part of the event to him. Instead, the rest of us gathered at the open doors, watching the two wander into the rain. Only me, Henry, and the 16-year-old looking kid remained indoors. Once they got halfway, they turned to us and screamed. It was so damn fast. They came from both sides of the building, beelining straight for the two. 16 bodies in total, all drenched by the rain. I could make out some vague shapes like a girl in a white dress and a tall man with a black suit. They weren't really running. It was more of a strange walk, like their entire body was on a swivel. They rolled their spines back and forth, having their necks bobbing back and forth as well. One of them fell over, smacking his head on an unmarked grave. The couple made a run for the gate, but it was too high to climb. They tried helping one another, one stepping into the other's hands, but it was too late. Some kind of instinct wanted me to run out there and help them, but I didn't. I just stood there, waiting to see what would happen. They grabbed the man first. He was still holding up his arms and trying to get his girlfriend over the iron fence. They lifted him off his feet in what looked like the most casual effort, and a second later, they threw him straight up. Like a balloon taking flight, he accelerated upwards, past the rain, the clouds, and into the sky. He kept tumbling back and forth, weightless and desperate. He flailed like a bird with a broken wing, but it was useless. I could hear him screaming as he went higher and higher and higher. His panicked screams faded into the rain. They only managed to grab the woman by her foot, but it was enough. It's as if she was put into a spin, her head and body drifting upwards as she grasped for the fence. It slipped by her fingers as her piercing death scream cut through my nerves like a hot knife. The higher she went, the more passive the crowd became. They slowed down, and the swivel of their bodies was stiffened into a statuesque back-straightened stance. The three of us just stood there, not knowing what to do. I couldn't move. I wanted to slam the door shut, but I didn't know what would set them off. I didn't dare look at Henry or the kid. I barely managed to force air into my lungs. Henry's world had shattered. I could hear him muttering, "What the hell?" over and over and over. He had the look of someone trying to figure something out, but the answer never came. Soon enough, we moved. We noticed no one came at us. They seemed to have gone back into their some kind of inactive, altered state, and nothing seemed to rattle them. At one point, Henry almost laughed. The adrenaline must have gotten to him. It's fine. We got this. Before I got the chance to say anything, he knocked on the door. Both me and the 16-year-old looked at him like he'd signed our death sentence. My heart leapt out of my chest. But nothing happened. He knocked and knocked, and they didn't even turn around. "Get your head straight," I whispered. "You're not just messing your fucking life. You're messing with ours too." Henry just smiled through his teeth, but I could see he was just as scared as I was. Pupils wide, short, shallow breaths. Hell, the 16-year-old was probably the only one of us who was actually paying real attention. She was short with black hair, some kind of pixie cut, and had a nose ring. She kept looking back and forth, both between the two of us and at the crowd gathering outside. She tapped my shoulder, forcing me to make eye contact. "Help me with this." We started dragging one of the doors shut, but it was way too heavy. It had been one thing pulling it open with dry dirt under our feet, but now with the rain it was getting downright difficult. It wasn't until Henry got out in the rain to push that we made some progress. But the moment he stepped into the rain, they all turned towards us. like a motor spinning to life. Their movements became animated, every limb a fluid motion, heading our way with complete abandon. They stumbled over one another, over the graves, slipped in the mud, but kept going forward. We both grabbed Henry and pulled him in, and the moment he stepped inside, they stopped moving. All three of us tried to catch our breath. Henry's manic smile was still plastered on his face. He'd cracked hard. It's the rain, said the pixie-cut girl. It's something with the rain. Using my belt and plenty of patience, we pulled the other door shut. There was no lock, but as long as we kept out of the rain, it seemed simple enough. The bodies outside weren't paying us any attention. The pixie-cut girl kept rambling on about whatever wild theory came to her mind. The aliens coming to take us away, some kind of rapture? But it all came back to that one point, that it was all connected to the rain. Henry had other ideas. He figured we ought to just stay inside and call for help, which in itself wasn't a bad idea. It's just that we couldn't get any coverage. Looking up, hoping some kind of god would give me a hint, I stumbled upon an idea. The bell tower, we can climb up there. So we did. We made our way to the second floor. The pixie-cut girl was the lightest of us and had the most expensive phone. We figured that rickety old ladder would hold her. We double and triple checked it, and it seemed fine. But she was hesitant. Finally, she just shook her head. You do it, she said, pointing at me. I'm not getting up there. There was no time to argue. I started climbing, one creaky rung at a time. When I finally made it up, I could see all through the graveyard. The rain was pouring down, making the roof of the bell tower creak. In the distance, I could see the edge of the iron fence, but everything outside of that was covered by the rain. There could have been a dozen police cars just outside, and I'd have no way of knowing. That's when my phone started buzzing. Missed calls and messages, all from Luke.
Where are you? Hello, is this a prank? Pick up.
And finally, a picture. A selfie of Luke is standing in an open, empty, damp field. I didn't even realize how long I stared at it until I heard a breaking shingle. Drops of water made their way down my spine as a hole opened up above. My screen was unresponsive, so I wiped it with my jacket. From downstairs, I could hear Henry's jeering cackle. Hey, looks like they're moving, buddy. Hurry the hell up, added the pixie-cut girl. There was a strange sound, like very slow woodpeckers, something hard hitting the side of the building, over and over again. I dialed 911 as fast as I could, but the damn connect button refused to work. The water was interfering with it. As the call lit up with a green symbol, I saw something peeking over the edge of the roof. She was young, but no child, eyes hollowed out, leaving empty holes on the inside of her blackened skull. Her mouth wide open, her lower jaw swinging back and forth. She wasn't breathing, she wasn't in pain, and as she dug her slippery fingers into shingle after shingle, making her way up the side of the building, I could tell that there was nothing left of a person in there. All that remained was some kind of instinct-ridden machine, aching to send me on my way. An operator answered, asking me what my emergency was. I need help. They're going to... Looking at her, there was no doubt of her intentions. They're going to fucking kill me. I was so blindly terrified that I didn't even look behind me. Cold fingers brushed against my jacket, long, broken fingers reaching my way. A tall man with a suit, his head hanging low. I could see the rainwater pool in the back of his eye sockets, making it look like he never stopped crying as it squelched out with his every move. I recoiled, only to completely lose my balance. I sunk halfway down the ladder and fell. I landed really bad, putting all the weight on my ankle. I could feel something snap, followed by a tremendous pulsing pain shooting all the way from my heel up my spine. My phone slipped out of my hands and slid across the floor. Henry just managed to catch it moments before it tumbled down to the first floor. He picked it up, yelling at the operator. "Hello, hey, is anyone, hello?" There was no response. We could barely get reception down there. In between my thumping heartbeats, I could hear the pounding fists go quiet above. A steady stream of water from up there stained the carpet. Giving in to his intrusive thoughts, Henry chucked my phone all the way across the room, breaking one of the stained glass windows. In the aftermath, I did my best to support my probably broken ankle. We used our socks as a makeshift bandage, trying to tie it in place. It didn't help much, but it made it easier to jump on one foot. Still, every movement teased me with a tickle of pain, threatening to send shockwaves throughout my body, tearing all the way up my spine. The three of us just sat there. I don't know for how long. Maybe an hour? Maybe 2? The rain wasn't letting up. What the hell do we do? We can't do shit. We can fight them, nodded Henry. They're not that fast. Try that again, but without a frickin' car for a brain. What? We can take them. I told you, we got this. The pixie-cut girl just shook her head and stayed quiet. She was working on something. We were growing tired and sluggish. If we were to do something, now would be the time. Henry had found some kind of iron rod broken off from the second floor railing. There was some weight to it, but he'd be insane to actually try to fight them with it. The pixie-cut girl had been staring straight ahead all night and tapping her foot. Then, finally, she spoke out. I can make that fence. You got a car? Yeah, but you'll come back for us, right? I'll ram the gate. It's closed, but didn't seem locked. Henry shrugged his way into the conversation. No way you'll make it. That's too close. I looked back at the broken window, then back at the pixie-cut girl. We can draw them over. We put our plan to work. Henry and I knocked some more glass on the window, allowing rain to trail in. We could immediately hear movement on the roof as we let the rain soak our skin. We held on, waiting for a clear sign. They started falling off the roof in droves, thunk after thunk of meat just slapping into the dirt. Not a single gasp, twitch, or grunt. We counted the bodies. 11, 12, 13. I prepared to give her the signal. 14, 15. She had pushed the door ajar and was ready to go. 16. She burst into a sprint as we moved away from the window. Henry hurried to the front door, and I followed to the best of my ability. She was gunning for it, but there was a problem. There were far more than 16 out there. There was at least double. She kept going, weaving past them. As she finally reached the far side of the fence, she leapt up, putting her foot in the middle of the bar and kicking herself upward. In one swing, she flung her lower body over the fence. Holy shit, murmured Henry. You think she's... She's okay, I nodded, as if to convince myself. She'll make it. There was a beep in the distance, followed by an engine roaring to life. Moments later, the gate flung wide open. She drove straight ahead, aiming for the church. At least 8 of them toppled over, being flung left and right, smacking against the hood of the car. She'd almost made it halfway there when I heard this strange metallic groan. The car was slowing down and lifting. It was about 2 full feet off the ground when it started to wobble. The combined touch of all those things seemed to be able to send anything off, even a car. I saw the pixie-cut girl trying to get her belt off, but the added movement just made the car topple over to the side. As it tipped over to the driver's side, I saw her struggle to climb out the passenger seat. The car started to lift again, this time reaching over 6 feet. Finally, the crowd let go of it as it started slowly drifting upwards, with the pixie girl still in it. She was a full 10 feet off the ground when she finally got out. The rotational force flung her out, making her hang from the passenger side door in midair. Then she slipped. We watched her slip into the crowd, screaming, and then, just like those before her, she started to drift into the rain clouds. Dozens of hands sent her on her way, holding their arms high like a silent wave goodbye. Henry nodded at me. "All right then, I'm going for it." I didn't react in time. He bolted out the door, swinging wildly with his iron rod. He connected with one of them, tearing off an ear and a solid chunk of jaw. Still, that did little to stop them. Luckily for Henry, he was fast. Almost fast enough to make it. We just hadn't counted on the car coming back down. Whatever was up there that took it didn't want it. The car came crashing down with a deafening crunch, taking both Henry and two of those things with it as it belly flopped into the mud. And then there was just me, my screams in the rain. For hours, I just wandered back and forth on my own. I kept trying to make up a plan in my head, but all I ended up with was this sense of my stomach lifting into the air, that sucking kind of feeling you get when you fall. I had nothing to eat. I sure as hell wasn't going to drink the rain. In the end, I was left with only one choice. I had to try. I stepped up to the open doors, steeling myself for what's to come. I saw the crowd outside waiting in the rain. They knew there was only one left. I did that at least 4 times. Stepping up, backing down. I couldn't force myself to die like that. I just couldn't. Finally, I collapsed into the front pew, screaming in frustration. Not like that had moved those things anyway. I noticed something under one of the pews. The couple who'd been first inside had forgotten a small bag. Apparently they'd anticipated bad weather, as there was a folded up umbrella inside. It wasn't a good plan, I'll admit to that, but this was the best thing I could come up with, and the greatest chance I had. I unfolded it, carefully, and tried to step outside, just a little. As the first raindrops hit the plastic, I expected explosive movement. Instead, I got nothing. Inch by inch, I made my way outside. I tried my best to put a smooth weight on my foot, but I just ended up jumping. Taking those little jumps in the mud was close to suicide. One slip up and that'd be that. I could barely hear my panting breaths over the pouring rain. At one point, I held the umbrella at a bad angle. Some water touched the back of my leg, causing all now 40-something creatures to turn my way in an instant. I stopped, and they did too. Empty skulls all around, hungrily waiting for me to slip up. Little by little, I made my way past them. Some were only a few feet away. I walked past the gate, and I kept walking. I didn't even notice when the rain stopped or the sun come back out. I didn't notice I was back in that dog agility field. I barely even reacted to Luke waving me over from the parking lot. Turns out everything was gone. Not just the people, but our cars and the graveyard itself. The only thing I could find that showed Henry had ever been there was his rusted out bike back by the side of the road. Maybe the church was never there to begin with. At least not in this world. And yet, it was the realest thing that had ever happened to me. They never found the others, or my car, or anything else. Hell, it seemed like pretty much no one had even seen the flyers around town. I tried looking up people who came there and left, but they seemed to have no recollection of ever seeing the church. I've even talked to some of them here on Reddit. I checked the company logos on the flyer again, just to try and find some kind of clue. Turns out it was all fake. There were some people who claimed to have seen someone who put the flyers up, but all I got was that she looked young. I've never seen or experienced anything like that night. Nothing. But this is why. I always keep an umbrella around. James Anderson III stared down at a stainless steel table, smudged with greasy fingerprints from God knows how many doomed inmates before him. Sitting unceremoniously on top of the table was a grayish-white plastic plate filled to its edges with a diner-style breakfast platter. It included 3 fried eggs over easy, which were overdone, grits with butter, which were ice cold, and 3 strips of bacon, undercooked, with hash browns, overcooked, and 2 pieces of toast cut into triangles. A single pack of butter and a single jelly-labeled fruit medley sat on top of the cold toast. James stared at it a while longer. The thought of putting any of it into his mouth and swallowing made his stomach turn thrice over. The last meal. The last practical joke of his life. You would have to be completely insane to have an appetite at a time like this. The only reason he chose the plate of grease as his farewell dinner was because it reminded him of happier times with his family. The only happy memories he could recall were the ones of him and his little sister. When they were kids and his mom had a little extra money, she would take them to the diner at the edge of town. They would sit at the counter and his sister, Sarah, would get waffles with powdered sugar and syrup. Sometimes, the cook would sprinkle chocolate chips on them, and she would grin ear to ear, arranging the little chocolate morsels into eyes, a mouth, and a nose to make a friendly waffle-faced creature on her plate. James always got the working man special, to seem more like an adult. It came with fried eggs that bled a rich, creamy yolk when poked, crispy bacon, hash browns, and a thick stack of toast with butter and jam. In truth, he often looked longingly at his sister's waffle plate, but he had concluded that only babies ordered that kind of stuff at 12. He had thought of himself as nearly a man. Those thoughts were worlds and worlds away. The reality was that being a man turned out to be one big sick joke. A curse, he thought now, looking at his last meal. The platter in front of him, all these years and worlds later, was a poor imitation of the breakfast he remembered at the diner. James stared some more, eyes widening at the thought of his younger self and the long and torturous path he had walked to get to where he was today. "Not even gonna take a bite?" the guard asked from his post at the doorway. James shook his head slowly back and forth. "And after all that trouble we put into making you your special dinner, talk about gratitude," the guard said. James knew he was trying to get a reaction out of him. The guard hated him. They all hated him. Everyone looked at him like some kind of piece of shit on the sidewalk, like something disgusting and unwanted, a smudge upon their good, clean world. The guard knocked on the glass of the closed door, signaling someone to take him back to his cell. James was glad for it. The smell of the congealing food was making him sicker by the minute. Minutes, he thought. How many do I have left? Another guard entered, unlocked the chain from the steel chair that was attached to James's handcuffs, and walked him out the door and into the hallway. He walked down the hallway and could see the other inmates in their cells, staring out at him with faces like floating masks. One was a grotesquely exaggerated mask of sorrow. Another was a fool's mask, cross-eyed and deranged. The fool laughed at him as he walked by. Another looked like a devil, reaching through the bars at him. The guard slammed his nightstick on the bars of the cell and the inmate jumped back, his face returning to normal. James stared at him as he walked by. They locked eyes, and the inmate, a middle-aged white man with thinning gray hair and a wiry build, ran his thumb horizontally across his neck and then waved goodbye. James was taken back to his cell to wait for the audience to arrive. He was sentenced to death by lethal injection, and it was to be carried out on that day, June 10th, 1992. The guard locked the cell door and looked through the bars at him. "Today is such a beautiful day for killing scumbags," he said before walking away with a little spring in his step. James wondered if they really believed he was guilty. He was an innocent man. He had only been a teenager when he was first jailed, accused of horrible things. Sometimes at night, he tried to imagine doing those things that they said he did. He couldn't. Sometimes the world twists in ways that make you question your reality. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I did do it, he thought to himself. He put his head in his hands and was surprised to find that he had more tears to cry. He let them out, almost savoring the sensation. Everything was his last. What would be the last thing he saw? What would be his last thought? He wanted it to be about his mother and sister. He had planned to close his eyes in that final moment and imagine an alternate reality, one in which his father hadn't died when he was 4, and his mother had never gotten remarried to a man who had repeatedly abused him and his sister. In this alternate world, James had gone to college and met a girl, and they both had worked hard to build a life together. They'd have one daughter, maybe, who he would name after his sister, Sarah. They would buy a little house somewhere, maybe even in another state. Maybe he'd move his sister and his mother to Maine. He had never been there, but his father had, and he had shown him pictures when he was a little boy. It seemed like a beautiful place. They would live there in a little cottage and smell the pine trees and the salty sea and be happy. He would picture that life from beginning to end, as they injected him with the poison that would kill him. Maybe death would take him there if he was lucky. James was pulled out of his fantasy by footsteps approaching his cell. They were heavy and slow. He didn't recognize them. He knew the sound of all the guards' footsteps, and these did not match. And they got louder until a pair of old, worn-out penny loafers stepped in front of his cell. James looked at the shoes and then scanned up to the faded corduroy pants, the pot belly stretching the buttons of a beige, button-down shirt, a brown and yellow striped tie, tweed jacket, and finally, up to the round head of the man. His thin lips were mostly hidden by a graying mustache, and his nose was round and red, with long, dark hairs poking out. His eyes, a greenish brown, shone out at James from behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses. "Hello, James," the man said, and smiled guiltily at having intruded on his solitude. "My name is Mr. Archon. I have just a wee bit of paperwork here for you to sign before the big event," he said, while rooting through a pile of papers in a folder. He looked at the grim look on James's face and corrected himself. "Well, that is to say, your execution, to be frank. Hey, what do you know? That's my first name. Call me Frank if you like," he said, with a self-conscious chuckle. "Are you a lawyer?" James asked, mostly just to say something. He wasn't expecting to see anyone else before they took him to the execution room. As if in response to his question, the cell door slid open with a metallic clang. Mr. Archon stepped into the room and the door slid closed behind him. James was surprised that the guard would use the automatic unlock system for this, he assumed. Unarmed civilian to visit his cell. But here he was, stepping into the cell of a supposed murderer without the slightest hesitation. The rest of the cell block was eerily silent. James had gotten used to the continuous sound of shouting, jeering, begging, and quite often praying. He wondered who they thought they were praying to. The guilty had no business asking for mercy, and the innocent had obviously been left to rot by either a pitiless God or the absence of any God at all. James believed that the latter was more likely. What kind of God would deal out a fate like this? Sick joke indeed. "James Anderson III, yes indeed," Mr. Archon said as he found the paper he was looking for. He pushed his glasses up onto his stubby nose again and again as they slid down relentlessly towards the paper. "Well, Mr. Archon, I am not a lawyer, but a clerk of the state sent to tie up the loose ends of your case. With all due respect, Mr. Frank, my case has so many loose ends, I'd be surprised if you could tie them up in the few minutes I have left." Mr. Archon looked at James with an almost comically exaggerated expression of pity. He pouted his bottom lip out and shook his head. "What a world we live in that deals out such fate to a young man such as yourself. It really is a shame to meet you under such bleak circumstances, but alas, here we are, and there are still a few things we can accomplish before your time comes to an end." Mr. Archon shuffled over to the metal bed and sat down, laying his battered briefcase on its side. He popped the latches and shuffled through another mound of disorganized paperwork, whistling a little tune as he searched. James stood there, staring at the man, feeling that familiar wave of unreality wash over him. This could all be a bad dream. Mr. Archon's whistling took on a strange tone as the notes lifted up and down in a sad melody he recognized from somewhere. He closed his eyes and remembered his 13th birthday party. He had just turned 13 years old. He was sitting in his bedroom, waiting for his mother to get home from work. That summer, she had taken up a job cleaning houses, and he spent a lot of time alone. At the time, she was also married to her second husband, Tom. Tom was a traveling salesman that was often on the road, which was A-OK with James. Tom was a bad man. It was the only way his young brain had been able to put into words what kind of monster Tom was. He told his mom one time that Tom was a bad man, and she hadn't believed him. She said he had to stop reading those pulp comics. "They're turning your brain to mush," she had shouted defensively. But it wasn't the comics that had ruined his brain. It was the bad things that a bad man named Tom had been doing. On that day of his 13th birthday, Tom had come home to surprise James with a gift. He came whistling up the walkway, whistling into the house, and whistling up the stairs to James's bedroom door. It was a slow, cascading tune that turned James's blood to ice. "James, the birthday boy," Tom said outside the door with a flourish of little knocks. Tom opened the door and stood there in his shabby tweed jacket and faded corduroys, holding a wrapped gift. James sat frozen on the bed, hoping he would turn to stone and be unbreakable. He had hoped for it many times before, and sadly, he had remained flesh and bone. Thomas sat on the bed next to him, smiling like a lunatic. "Go on, open it." "Mom will be home soon. I'll open it when she gets home," James had whispered, never taking his eyes off of his shoes. His mind was already separating from his body, and taking him to the alternate reality that he had dreamed of every day since his father had died. "Be a good boy and open it now," Tom said with a sudden biting intensity. He pushed the hair back from James's forehead and stroked his cheek. James's consciousness had blessedly floated up to the ceiling to watch the horror from afar, as it had done during the previous visits Tom had made to his room when his mother wasn't around. "Here we are, Mr. Anderson," Mr. Archon said gleefully with the paper clutched in his chubby fist. James opened his eyes to find himself back in the cell. "Be a good boy and sign right here for me, please." He held out the crumpled paper in one hand and a pen in the other. James stared at the man in his cell. With a dawning horror, he realized that he was looking at an aged version of his stepfather, Tom. He jumped back against the cell door and clutching himself tightly as he had as a child, trying to turn to stone. Now, James, there's no reason to be frightened. It's just a simple form stating that you're a very bad man who has done very bad things." "You're dead. I saw it in the paper. You died 15 years ago. You're dead," James said, clutching himself tighter. His whole body shook. Mr. Archon's smile widened. His eyes, which had seemed greenish before, now looked yellow. His eyes slid down his sweaty nose again, and those dead, yellow eyes stared nakedly at James's terrified face. They were the eyes of a corpse. "I'm not dead, James. You're dead. Dead as a doornail." He cackled and threw back his head with glee at his own cleverness. The thing that called itself Frank Archon stood up, and James watched in sick horror as one of his shirt buttons popped off his bloated, purple belly. The smell of decay filled the cell. James turned and gripped the bars, pressing his face against them to look for a guard. "Help! Somebody help me!" James screamed into a silent hallway. The hand gripped his shoulder and he screamed. He turned around and looked into the face of his mother. "James," she sobbed. She stepped back towards the bed and picked up one of the crumpled pieces of paper from Mr. Archon's pile. James looked wildly around the cell. There was no sign of the Mr. Archon Tom creature. He looked back at his mother, who was wearing one of her old house dresses. Her graying hair was coming loose from her usually neat bun. She looked very old and tired. She was looking at the piece of paper with her hand over her mouth, aghast. "James, how could you?" "Mom, what? What are you doing here? What's happening?" he screamed, shaking and crying. "Breaking and entering? Sexual assault? Murder? Why did you do that to that old woman? How could you?" she said, backing away from him, shaking her head. "You know I didn't do any of that. You know that. They framed me," he shouted back at her. "Your sister is so disappointed in you." No, James said, sliding down the bars to the floor. "I'm a statue, made of stone, and nothing can break me," he thought desperately. He cupped his elbows and made himself small, shuddering and gasping for air. Someone stop this. Someone help me," he said quietly to no one. "Why won't anyone help me?" he called out. There was no reply. The silence engulfed him. He felt paralyzed in fear and sorrow, and for a moment, he believed he really had turned to stone, a marble monument to his suffering. Here stood a boy who was fed nothing but pain, and in payment, was handed a death sentence for heinous crimes he did not commit. Justice is dead. Life is a sick joke. The end. An eternity passed, and the silence coaxed James out of his paralysis. He opened his eyes. A woman sat on his bed, a stranger. Her presence calmed him. She was young and beautiful. Her green eyes glowed out of a face with sharp, comely features. Her dark hair cascaded past her shoulders, shiny and smooth. She wore an expensive-looking black suit, tailored to perfection. She had one leg crossed over the other, and a foot with a pointy, black high-heeled shoe bouncing up and down. She looked completely at home and elegant in a jail cell on death row. "What is this? Am I going crazy?" he asked the woman. "No, James. You just took a trip through your own brain," she said with a calm smile. "My mother, she thinks I really did those things?" he cried with the heartbreaking strength of a child. "No, dear. She's waiting for you in the audience. She and your sister are heartbroken that you are paying for the sins of someone else. They believe you. I believe you." I don't understand," he said. His tears dried up at last, and he sat in stunned silence, waiting for something, anything to make this all stop. "Mr. Archon was Tom. He's dead. He was here." "No, I am Mr. Archon," she said, with the patience of a mother talking to her beloved toddler. "You?" "Yes, James. I am Mr. Archon. I showed you those things. I don't want you to die without realizing the full extent of your misfortune. I want you to feel the injustice that has been done to you. Your life was worth so much more and these people took it from you. Tom, the lawyers, the guards, all the people sitting out there waiting excitedly for you to die in front of them. I never did those things. They don't know me. I know that, my love, she said as she stood up. She reached down with perfectly manicured nails and took his hands in hers. He suddenly felt a warm, spreading joy that he had never known before being rushed through him. She pulled him to his feet and looked down at him. She was at least a foot taller than he was. James, she said as she tilted her head and arched one of her exquisitely dramatic eyebrows, did you know that when your mother and sister were seated on the family side of the execution room just now, the mob on the other side threw things at them? No. Did you know that one man spat in your sister's face and called her a slut? No. Did you know that they are sitting in there right now, cursing your dear mother and sister for simply being related to a monster such as yourself? James shook his head no and looked down at the floor. He felt his cheeks go hot with the beginnings of deep rage. They are going to cheer when you take your last breath. When you think your last thought, they'll be laughing and smiling and your family will walk out of there humiliated and harassed, probably for the rest of their lives. It's not their fault, James said, clenching his teeth. Of course not. It's these people, she said with a voice that echoed in his head through all the years of his life. All the injustices he had been dealt for simply being born. Wrong place at the wrong time, and here comes the punchline, he thought, through a thickening red curtain of anger. James squeezed his eyes shut and clenched his fists tight enough to make his fingernails draw blood in the soft pads of his hands. He gulped in the rancid air of his cell and screamed with every ounce of energy he had left. When the last of the howl had escaped him, he fell to his knees, panting. What can I do? What can I do? Do you believe in immortality? I don't know what you mean, he said, looking up into her beautiful face. I am the bringer of justice for lost souls. You deserve revenge. What will be your last thought, James? I don't know. I want my family to be happy. No, she said, her eyes flickering like flames. Suddenly, James's mind went black. It was relief. He could see himself standing in the blackness. Beside him was a figure in a black robe. A rotted hand reached out from beneath the cloak and pointed down. He looked down off a precipice into a never-ending pit of flames. They ebbed and flowed like the sea. Bodies were writhing down there, screaming and screaming. He saw Tom, and the judge that convicted him, and the lawyers that failed him, and all those people who were so excited to see him die. He smiled at their suffering. Mr. Archon's voice rang out beside him and he was back in the cell. Your death is inevitable, but a curse will last forever, it said. James could hear the guards' footsteps approaching. It was time. He smiled up at Mr. Archon, and it smiled back. The guard opened the gate and grinned at James. He didn't seem to notice a tall Mr. Archon standing behind him. He put James in handcuffs. It's show time, the guard said, and walked him out of the cell. James looked over his shoulder and smiled at his tall friend who nodded back at him. 2 guards opened the double doors to the holding area of the execution room. James could hear the crowd murmuring on the other side of the wall. His mind was clear. He knew what his last thought was going to be. The head guard nodded to the others, and they took him out to face the audience. A roar of noise erupted as soon as he emerged from behind the curtained area. One side of the room was filled with people screaming at him, their faces red with fury, some with tears and some with smug smiles. On the other side, separated by metal bars, sat his mother and sister. They were the only ones to mourn him. They were both crying and sat up straight when they saw him. He made eye contact with his sister and gave her a smile. The crowd grew louder at the sight of that. He looked at his mother and mouthed the words, "I love you." "Devil bitch!" someone shouted at his mother. James turned to the man and saw a flash of him burning in a pit of flames until he was nothing but blackened bones. The bones continued to beg for mercy. The man shrank back at James's stare and shouted no more. The guards walked him over to a gurney. He laid down willingly and stared at the ceiling, feeling as strong as stone as they tied his arms and legs down. Once he was strapped down, the man in charge of the operation, Master of Death, James thought, somewhat amused, asked him if he had any last words. He did. James turned and looked at his audience. "My life has been filled with pain and horror. The injustices done to me and my family can never be fully repaid, but I can try. Today, I will be put to death for crimes I did not commit. Not only do you condemn me, but you condemn my family, who deserve none of this. I've had a day of my last meal, my last piss, my last cry, my last conference with demons. I do not mourn my last day on this earth, because I believe in immortality. My body may perish today in front of you, but you will not be rid of me. I curse you. I curse all of you who came to see me die. I curse the ones who worked to take my life away, and those of you who did nothing to stop it. I curse the bad men who have hurt me over the years, and I curse this world for being what it is. I curse your blood. I curse every person who was born of your bloodlines. In this curse I will live on. When you think you've put all this behind you, I will be the chill that grazes your neck on a dark street. I will be the fear that creeps up on you and consumes you the last years of your life. I will be the sickness that takes your wife, your child, your own sinful heart. In your nightmares, I will live. In the deepest pits of your own hell, I will wait for you to join me. I am immortal in your suffering. Mother and Sarah, I love you, and I always will. The rest of you can go to hell." The crowd surged and had to be held back by guards. The needles were inserted into the veins of each arm and the poison injected. James looked at his family one last time and willed them to remember him as a good man. His sister sat up and screamed his name. "James!" she sobbed. His mother stood and pulled her close, kissing her head. She looked up at her son. "I love you, my sweet boy," she mouthed to him. James smiled at them both. The sound of the crowd was nothing but background noise to him. He turned his head slowly and looked up at the ceiling, feeling the poison rushing through him. There on the ceiling above him was Mr. Archon. It was up there in the shadows, just a pair of yellow eyes staring at him with joy. James closed his eyes and died, happy that justice had finally prevailed. I slowly opened my eyes. My head was swimming, and a dull pain surrounded my throat. I was thirsty. That was the first thing I noticed. I licked my dry lips as my surroundings faded into focus. My body ached, and I realized it was because I was tightly bound to a metal chair in the middle of an empty room. The barren concrete walls were stained and dirty. The floor beneath my feet was cold and slightly wet. A single bulb lit the room, dangling from the ceiling by a string. It cast moving shadows, and I blinked back darkness. An open door stood before me, but I couldn't see anything but the wall of a hallway. I tried to clear my head, tried to remember how I got here. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced myself not to panic. I slowed my breathing and focused my thoughts, desperately trying to summon some recollection of why I was here. I couldn't remember anything. I opened my eyes and exhaled, my parched throat throbbing. I could hear sound echoing off the hallway walls outside the door. Screaming, clanging, howling, all very distant, but that did nothing to calm my nerves. "Hello?" I cried, the word tearing at my vocal cords. I felt my chest hitch in pain, but I cleared my throat and yelled again. "Is anyone there? Hello?" The dark hallway remained silent except for the constant echoes. I shut my mouth and tried to wriggle free of my bindings, but the rope was knotted impossibly tight. I fought back against my imagination as it flooded my mind with horrific scenarios of what awaited me. If only I could remember. Footsteps suddenly erupted from outside the door, a rapid patter of small feet. My hopes rose and I trained my attention on the door, praying it was help. A young boy ran into the room, dressed in a red onesie, complete with padded feet. Stretched over his face was a plastic devil mask. The eye holes revealed massive blue eyes that greeted me curiously. Taken aback, I opened my mouth to speak, but that's when I noticed something was off. His eyes were huge, impossibly round and bulging from their sockets. It sent a shiver of unease down my spine, but I shook it off. This child might be able to free me. "Hey," I hissed urgently. "Hey, kid, can you get me out of here?" The boy took a step closer, cocking his head but remaining silent. I rattled my bound arms against the chair. "Cut me free, please. I shouldn't be here. This is some kind of mistake." The boy eyed me behind his strange mask and stopped directly in front of me. He leaned in close and whispered, his voice like wet silk. "You did a bad thing." Confused, I shook my head. No, this is a mistake. I didn't do anything." The boy's enormous blue eyes suddenly filled with sadness. "Oh, you did a really, really bad thing." I shook my head again violently. "No, I'm sorry. I don't remember. Just please get me out of this chair." Before either of us could speak again, a man came charging into the room. He was overweight and dressed in overalls, his grizzled face twisted in seething anger. He was holding a sawed-off shotgun in his arms. "I didn't do anything," I cried as he advanced on us, my voice cracking. I'm not supposed to be here." The big man ignored me and instead grabbed the kid and shoved him hard against the wall. The boy grunted as his back struck the concrete, and his eyes rose to meet the grizzled man's. Wordlessly, the man raised his shotgun, placed it against the boy's forehead, and blew his head clean off. Chunks of gore splattered the wall. A shock slugged me in the stomach like an iron fist. My ears rang and time seemed to slow as I watched in horror as the headless body crumpled to the ground. My breath rushed back into my lungs and time seemed to readjust. "Jesus Christ!" I screamed, straining against the ropes, my eyes bulging in horrific shock. "What the hell?" The man ignored my screams as he bent down and picked up the boy. He slung the ruined corpse over his shoulder and walked out the doorway. The hallway erupted with malicious laughter, a chorus of echoes all howling in glee. I shut my eyes, the noise deafening, as absolute terror filled my every pore. After a few moments, the laughter faded, and I cautiously opened my eyes, unable to believe what I had just witnessed. Hello. I jumped as I realized there was another man standing before me. He was dressed in a simple white button-down shirt and jeans. His brown hair was cut short, and he appeared to be in his early 30s. His green eyes were dull and lifeless, his full lips pulled down at the corners. What's going on? Where am I? I cried, new fear pooling in my stomach like hot blood. The man crossed his arms. So you're the new one, huh? He shook his head. You people disgust me. Questions bubbled on my lips, but he waved them off with a sharp chop of his hand, slicing the air and demanding my silence. He ran his tongue over his teeth, sneering. You look like you've already seen some of the horrors this place holds, huh? Yeah, I can tell by the look in your eyes. You're terrified. You've seen something, haven't you? It doesn't seem all that bad now, does it, looking back? You've been here 5 minutes, and you're already shitting your pants. Where am I? I gasped, unable to hold back any longer. What do you people want? The man crossed his arms behind his back. I bet you want to get out of here, don't you? I bet you'd like to go to your home, your family, everything. Please, whatever I did to you, I'm sorry, I really am, but I don't remember. The man rolled his eyes. You didn't do anything to me. You did it to yourself. You really don't remember anything? I shook my head and felt tears brimming in my eyes. Liquid fear. The man looked at me with contempt. You waited until your wife left for work, and then you went out to the woodshed and hung yourself. You're dead. The recent memory rose in my mind like a monster from a bog. My eyes went wide. As much as I wanted to deny it, he was right. I had killed myself. The incident tore through my brain like a bullet train and left me reeling. I'm Danny, by the way, the man said, ignoring the shocked look on my face. And I'm number 2 around here. I run the orientation process. I want to make this quick because I'm tired of repeating this to you fucking pathetic suicidals. You get one question before I begin. He stared down at me and I scrambled to organize my thoughts into something cohesive. This was all horrifying. Why had I killed myself? I fought against the fog and panic, and the mist of confusion slowly began to lift. I had just lost my job. Yeah, that was the start. I squeezed my eyes shut and forced more of the memory to emerge. I had lost my job and I was about to lose the house. My wife, Tess, she found out and was going to leave me. I didn't have any way out, didn't have any options. Getting fired had come out of the blue and I didn't have much in savings. I was broke, soon to be homeless, and my wife hated me for it. There was something else. Yeah, that's right. She had been cheating on me. I had seen texts on her phone while she slept one night and confirmed my suspicions. My life had degraded to shit, and I had run out of options. Humiliated and ashamed, I decided death was my only way out. Hey, asshole, do you have a question or not? Danny said, snapping his fingers in front of my face. I was sucked back into reality, and I asked the only question that mattered. Is this hell? Danny snorted. It's always what you people ask. He began to pace back and forth in front of me. No, this isn't hell. It ain't heaven either. This is the Black Farm. And no, I didn't name it that. This is where God sends the souls of those who have ended their own life. The suicidals. You see, he doesn't really know what to do with you, and neither does the devil. There are genuinely good people who kill themselves. It seems cruel to banish them to hell for all eternity for a moment of weakness, right? Personally, I think God and the devil were just tired of arguing about it, and so they send them here, to the Black Farm. Did God create this place? I asked, growing more and more confused. Danny spit on the floor, chuckling. Sure, at some point, but he lost control of it when he put the pig in charge. What's the pig? I asked, unsure I wanted to know the answer. Danny held up a hand, annoyed. Can I finish? God created this place eons ago and put the pig in charge and then forgot about it for a while. Well, when his back was turned, the pig decided to use his new powers to try and create his own little world. This mess you see around you is the fractured remains of that experiment. The black farm used to be a lot nicer, but the pig wanted things to be different. He wanted to create his own vision. The people you see, these monsters, they are the pig's attempts at creating functioning life. Instead of mirroring God's earth, these mutated, horrible creations are full of sin and hatred. They run rampant here, unabashed. This place is chaos. The Black Farm is a circus of freaks and monsters. And it's your eternity. Fear boiled in my gut like thick oil. No, this couldn't be my end. I didn't believe in stuff like this. This wasn't real. I would wake up soon and realize I was just having a nightmare. That had to be it. Danny stood before me and lightly slapped my face. Hey, don't go into hysterics on me. I haven't even finished yet. I raised my teary eyes to meet his. Danny smiled. You can always feed the pig. My breath pushed from my lungs like burning steam. What does that mean? Danny spread his hands, still smiling. It's as simple as that. Feed the pig. If you do so, there's a chance he'll send you back to your life. And what happens if it doesn't? You get sent to hell. So flip a coin if you have one. Stay here with us, or feed the pig. If you choose to stay, I'll let you go. I'll let you go out there, he said, pointing towards the door. But let me assure you, what awaits you at the end of the hallway, well, let's just say hell isn't that much worse. I swallowed hard, trying my best to digest everything. Why wouldn't I try feeding the pig? Whatever that meant. If there was even a sliver of hope, I would take it. An eternity in this place, the Black Farm, be sent to hell, or feed the pig. I would do anything for a chance to go back. This nightmare made my problems seem like nothing in comparison. Danny raised a hand before I could speak. I'll let you think on it a while. I'll be back later. I want to feed the pig, I cried, not wanting to spend another second in this awful room. I could hear a woman screaming down the hallway, her cries rising as something meaty pounded into her. My breath came in sharp pulls and my throat burned. Danny noticed the noise and grinned. Sounds pretty bad, huh? He said as the woman's voice creaked with agony. Something was still slamming into her, the sound of beaten flesh igniting my imagination with horrors. Please, just let me feed the pig. I don't want to stay here any longer. Danny turned away from me. I'll be back later. Enjoy your time alone. Really think about your situation. Weigh your options. And remember, you put yourself here. And with that, he was gone, leaving me in the dim room. Tears streamed down my face, and the woman... The woman didn't stop screaming for hours. At some point, I fell into a semi-sleep. The darkness in the room seemed to press in on me and my eyes fluttered shut. My body ached and my throat was a halo of fire. Thirst raked at my windpipe like sharp glass. My lips felt like crumpled paper. My head thundered like a drum. The room swam in and out of focus, and my mind drifted towards the horrific sounds that never ended. I was lost in a haze, unaware that something was sliding into the room until I felt a sharp prick on my big toe. I screamed and tried to move, but my bindings held me tight. The room rushed back into focus, and I blinked in agony as I felt blood trickle between my toes. I looked down for the source of pain, and I felt a scream claw at my throat. Staring up at me was an armless man. He slithered on the floor like a worm, his bald head scabbed and filthy. His legs were wrapped together in barbed wire, forcing him to wriggle his body to move. His eyes were lidless and wide. 2 bloodshot white orbs that stared up at me with hungry intensity. His teeth had been removed and replaced with long screws, which jutted from his bleeding gums like a broken rock formation. Around his neck was a chain leash, which I followed across the floor to the open door. The end of the leash was held by a tall, naked man. His body was hairless and flabby, covered in similar scabs like his pet. A dirty bag was pulled over his head that hid his features except for a single red eye that peeked out at me from a crude cut in the cloth. He stared at me and groped his engorged member, his breath heavy and labored. As the armless man wriggled towards me again, his master started to pleasure himself. I screamed as the screw-filled mouth man bit at me again, and my cries seemed to stimulate the naked man even more. Get off of me! Stop it! I screamed, horrified. I tried to kick at the man, doing my best to avoid his sharp metal teeth. I brought my heel down onto his head, and he screamed as his face bounced off of the floor. A moan of pleasure escaped the bagman's mouth, and I turned away as a mist of black sprayed out onto the floor. There was a rattle of chains, and I turned back to see the 2 of them leaving, the armless man dragged by his neck out the door. I looked at where the bagged man had finished and saw a puddle of dead ants. I vomited onto myself, thick, chunky curtains of bile and slime. Get me out of here, I screamed, strands of puke running down my chin. I don't belong here. I listened to the 2 men retreat down the hallway, the clank of chains accompanied by the sound of flesh being dragged across the concrete. I screamed again, but I knew no one was going to help me. I spat a wad of phlegm and bile onto the floor, ridding my mouth of its sourness. I forced myself to calm down. It wasn't easy. After some time, I heard someone else approaching. I had been in a miserable lull, my mind a blank canvas of dark despair, but the noise roused me from my trance-like state. The muscles in my arms burned from being restrained for so long, and I shifted them desperately, trying my best to prepare myself for whatever horror was about to walk through the door. The footsteps drew closer, and then a woman walked into the room. She stopped at the doorway and looked at me. One of her eyes was missing, a dark, cavernous hole in her skull. Her hair was ratty and wild, a brown tangle like a forgotten nest. Her skin was pale and filthy, and she dressed in rags. I couldn't tell how old she was, but there was maturity in her one good eye. "Still thinking?" she asked, her voice coarse and brittle. "What?" She took a step closer. "Are you still deciding whether you're going to feed the pig or not?" I looked at her cautiously. "Yeah, I am." "Who are you? What do you want?" "I was once where you are now," she said, "trying to decide my fate. I couldn't believe that this is what happened. What happened after we die? It wasn't what I was taught. Religion didn't warn me about this place." I tested my bindings again before asking, You killed yourself too? You're a person like me? You're not one of those creations? She snorted. Breaks my heart you have to ask. She touched the hole where her eye should have been. Though I can understand your caution. Yeah, I'm a suicidal. I've been here a long, long time. But that was my choice. I decided to chance it here. I motioned with my head towards the door. What's out there? What is all this? She exhaled heavily and leaned against the wall. I can't even begin to describe this place. It's like nothing you've ever seen. You walk down that hallway and go out into it and... Well, you'd have to see it to understand. How bad is it? Why are all these mutated people hurting and killing each other? She let her head loll back against the wall. It would take years for you to fully understand this place. Years you don't have. Right now, you have to make a decision. Stay or feed the pig. They tell me hell is worse than here, but it can't be by much. Monsters and suicidals roam the Black Farm, killing, raping, brutalizing. And then you wake up and wonder how long you can survive before something else kills you. It's an endless cycle. So, why did you stay? Why didn't you feed the pig? I don't even know what that means, but I would do anything for a chance to go back. I can't stay here. I just can't. She smiled sadly at me. Why? Why did I choose this? It's simple, really. I'm a coward. I was a coward when I was alive, and I'm a coward in death. When it came down to it, when the moment presented itself, I chose to stay here. I didn't know what awaited me outside. It boiled down to a simple choice fueled by my own fear. What is the pig? What does it do to you? She suddenly turned to go. I'm afraid that's for you to find out. But let me warn you. Think hard before you make a decision. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave. What do I do? I yelled, shaking in my chair as she walked out the door. She paused and took one last look over her shoulder. Her eyes darted around as she dropped her voice to a whisper. Feed the pig. And with that, she was gone. I sat in silence once again. My mind was spinning, desperately turning over my options. I still couldn't fully understand the situation I was in. It was too much, too overwhelming. The other side of death wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't know what I'd expected, but it wasn't this nightmare. Questions crashed over my mind like cold waves onto a sinking ship. How was I supposed to make a choice when I didn't even know what my actions entailed? This place, the Black Farm, I couldn't stay here. But what if I went to hell? What if I didn't get sent back? I would be out of the fire and into the frying pan. My existence would forever be damned to unending misery. Here, though, there were people like me, suicidals. It wasn't all monsters and mutilated murderers. Maybe I could hole up somewhere with them and try to scrape together a passable existence. Surely that would be better than getting sent to hell. No, this wasn't going to be how I spent my eternity. I refused to let it be. If there was even the slightest sliver of hope, I would take it. I didn't want to wonder what could have been. I didn't want to be tormented by doubt. I would feed the pig and accept whatever fate chose for me. When I boiled it down, that was the only option left. I would feed the pig. Hey, Danny, I yelled, rattling in my chair. I've made my decision. Danny! After a couple of seconds, I heard footsteps echo down the hall towards me. Danny walked through the doorway, an annoyed look on his face. "I've made my choice. I'm going to feed the pig." "Sounds like you really thought a lot about it since I left you," Danny said sarcastically. I licked my lips. "You'd do the same thing if you were in my place." Danny walked behind me. "I was in your place once, and I chose differently." My eyes widened, and then Danny wrapped my entire head with a strip of thin cloth, blinding me. I sucked in as much air as I could, but each lungful felt empty. I felt Danny cut me free from the chair, and my body sighed as my stiff muscles were released. I rolled my shoulders as my hands were released, and I moaned with relief. I dug my fingers into my back and I stretched, my bones creaking. "Keep your blindfold on and follow me," Danny said, pulling me up. My legs shook as I put weight on them, my thighs trembling after their long cemented position. I groped blindly in front of me and found Danny's shoulder. I rested my hand on it as he walked us out of the room. As we entered the hallway, I could suddenly hear sounds I hadn't heard before. The clink of metal, a long, fleshy tearing noise, something vomiting. These sounds sprang to life in my ears, and painting the darkness before my eyes with imaginary scenes of horror. I gripped Danny's shoulder tighter, stumbling behind him, my heart thundering. I heard something trailing behind us, but Danny didn't seem to notice. Or if he did, he didn't care. Flesh slapped the concrete mere inches behind me, and I suddenly felt hot breath on my neck and the click of a wet tongue against gums. My breathing became even more labored as fear choked me.
"Going to feed the piggy, are ya?"
Something whispered in my ear. I felt something press against the back of my head, and I tried not to think about what it might be. It was wet and slimy, and I heard the thing chuckle.
"He's on hungry, piggy. You make sure he gets his meal now."
The thing whispered again, its voice low and unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It was like a series of grunts and moans jumbled together to form broken words. To my relief, I heard the thing retreat back to wherever it had come from, and I continued to follow Danny. He remained silent as we walked, and I could feel shifts in the air. The thick heat gave way to a cooler, almost pleasant temperature, but then it kept decreasing, and soon I was shivering violently against the cold. I couldn't see anything, but I felt a breeze on my face, like we were outside. I didn't hear Danny open any doors, but nothing about this place was natural. It was like reality blurred and bled into itself, like reels of film melting together. Teeth chattering, I was suddenly blasted with intense heat and I gasped. My feet tripped over themselves as the terrain changed and I was suddenly walking on what felt like warm iron. My ears were filled with the sound of blazing furnaces and the clash of working machinery. I couldn't see it, but I felt like there was a vast open expanse overhead. I smelled ash and tasted dirt on my tongue, sweat already forming along my spine. I crashed into Danny as he came to a halt. I backed up a few paces quickly and muttered my apologies. I could hear movement in front of us, a rustle of chains and an odd clicking sound on the metal floor. Something else, too. Something. Snorting. And then the room filled with the deafening sound of an immense pig squealing. I covered my ears, head splitting at the high-pitched wail. I grit my teeth as the noise echoed off the metal and faded into a series of snorts and grunts. It sounded absolutely enormous. "I've brought another one," Danny announced, a slight tinge of respect lining his voice. "He wants to feed the pig." I waited, expecting to hear some answer, the cloth around my eyes sealing my sight to darkness. I realized my knees were shaking and my back was coated in sweat. I was terrified. "If that is what you wish," Danny said, and I felt him bow under my hand. Apparently some unseen conversation had just happened, and Danny took my wrist and pushed me forward. "Approach the pig," he instructed. My whole body trembled and my knees locked into place. Rod from sight, I raised my hands, trying to get my bearings, the heat and ash filling my head with nausea. I felt like I was going to throw up, my stomach rolling like a dead sea. I didn't know where I was or what horror lay before me. I felt lost and tiny, a fresh splash of tears dripping from my eyes and soaking into the cloth around my face. Please, let me see what's happening, I begged. Danny was suddenly behind me and pushing me forward. He guided my hands towards something as we stepped together in unison. Even with the cloth around my face, I could see a giant mass of towering darkness before me. It was a spot of black on an already darkened canvas. As we walked forward, I was suddenly assaulted by a horrendous smell and I gagged, turning away. Danny's grip tightened and forced me to continue. I could sense something just in front of me, a living, shifting mass of flesh. The smell increased to a wretched level and I gagged again. Then hot air was being blown on my face, a blast of heat that came in repeated short bursts. I vomited into my cloth, the source of the smell stemming from the hot air. I choked as the bile gushed over the fabric, soaking it and momentarily cutting off my oxygen. Danny slapped my hands away and I took a few seconds to steady my breathing. I was openly crying now, fear and misery collapsing my willpower. The wet cloth stunk and I sucked in soggy breaths. My own stomach acid coated my skin and I begged for all of this to be over. And then something squealed directly in front of me. I felt my bladder go. I was standing before the pig. It was the source of darkness in my obscured vision. A fat, titanic creature that filled my senses with every breath it blew onto my face. Danny raised my hands and suddenly I was touching the pig's snout. I recoiled immediately, but Danny forced my hands back. Its fur was stiff and brittle, and as my shaking hands explored up its nose, the size of the animal became clear to me. It was gigantic. This thing had to be near the size of a bus. Its flesh wiggled under my sweating hands and it opened its mouth slightly. My fingers curled around teeth the size of kitchen knives, and I realized its mouth was absolutely cavernous. The pig squealed again, and I heard its hooves clack against the ground. It sounded like thunder rolling across an open field in the middle of summer. Take this blindfold off, please, I begged, my legs turning to jelly. Danny had taken a few steps back and I heard reverence in his voice. You don't want to do that. I jumped as the pig nudged me with its nose, the wet circle of flesh squishing against the length of my face. I shuddered away, raising my hands and emitting a cry of fear. Feed the pig, Danny instructed, his voice like cold steel now. You made your choice. Now live with it. It's the only chance you have of going back. Or maybe the pig won't like how you taste and send you to hell. Only one way to find out. My eyes widened behind the vomit-soaked cloth. Won't like how I taste? Climb into its mouth. My bladder let go again and I felt warm piss run down my leg. No, you can't mean. Danny's voice hardened. Climb into its mouth and don't stop crawling forward until it's done with you. Please, I begged, turning towards Danny's voice, reaching out blindly. Please, there has to be some other way. Don't make me do this. I was a mess of snot and tears, my words bumbling from my mouth like a toddler. Danny stepped forward and spun me back to face the pig. Do it. You made your choice. It'll all be over soon. This is your only chance. I could feel the pig breathing onto my face, its snout mere inches from mine. The smell and heat it emitted made me want to vomit again, but I held it back. This was insane. This wasn't happening. My mind spun and twisted in chaos and fear. There had to be some other way. I couldn't do this. I could not do this. Suddenly I remembered the words of the woman. Sometimes suffering through your fear is better than suffering for eternity. Be brave. This was my only chance to get back to the world of the living. I had made such a terrible mistake in taking my own life. If I could go back and change my life, I wouldn't have to spend eternity here. I could change my ways and share a spot somewhere else. Somewhere away from the pig. But what if it decided to send me to hell? How much more suffering could I endure? I had to take the chance. Please, God, I whispered, taking a step forward. If you can hear me, please, have mercy on me. My shaking hands reached out for the pig, and I grasped its thick fur. I felt it slowly lower its head and open its mouth. It was waiting for me, its thick, hot breath stinking in my nose. This was it. No turning back now. I slowly gripped its teeth and pulled myself forward into its jaws. Its head was at a downward angle, and so I immediately fell onto my stomach. Its wet tongue squished under me, and I was shaking so hard I could barely breathe. Tears soaked my blindfold, and my heart crunched against my ribs. I slowly reached forward and found another tooth to grab onto. Gritting my teeth, I pulled my body inward past my knees. The pig raised its head, and I was suddenly completely horizontal on its tongue. Saliva and mucus dripped around me, and the heat was so intense I almost blacked out. My knees clacked against its front teeth as I pulled myself even deeper. Its inner cheeks pressed in around me, squeezing my body like a soaking, fleshy coffin. Crying and terrified, I reached ahead of me and found more teeth. I pulled myself deeper into its mouth, and I felt my feet slide past its lips. My whole body was coated in slime, and I openly wept, grasping in the darkness for another tooth. And that's when the pig started to chew on me. I screamed in crushing agony as my body was compressed between its massive teeth. I heard my legs snap instantly and felt wet bone pop from my skin. I shook violently as my body spasmed in shock, a mangled twist of blood and pain. Its tongue shifted me in its mouth, and I felt it bite down on my shoulder. My eyes bulged in their sockets as I howled, a hot pillar crunching down on my collarbone. I threw up violently, unable to control myself, the pain overwhelming. Keep crawling. Screaming, bloodshot eyes rolling wildly, I reached forward with my good arm, wetly searching for another tooth. I grit my teeth, blood squirting between them as my fingers wrapped around something solid. The pig bit down again, its tongue twisting my body so its molars could snap down on my knees. The pain brought darkness, but my howling screams forced my eyes to remain open. Jesus, make it stop, I bellowed, my trembling hand still gripping the tooth ahead of me. Please, make it stop. I ground my teeth together so hard they cracked, screaming as I slowly pulled my body deeper into the mouth. Something was changing. The tight walls of its throat squeezed my head, and I realized I was almost through. Come on, you son of a bitch, come on, I begged, my vocal cords cracking. I reached ahead of me and grabbed onto a thick wad of flesh. My head felt like it was splitting, and the pig bit down on me again. I gasped, blood exploding from my mouth in a great gush of red. It had pierced through my stomach, obliterating my insides like bloated noodles. Darkness rushed in on me, and I was in too much shock to even scream. With the last of my strength, right as the blackness took me, I pulled myself forward one last time and felt myself slide down its throat. Darkness. Falling, screaming. I was screaming. Heat so intense I thought I would melt. Clanging, something was hammering on metal. Colors and images flew past me so quickly I could only make out their shape. Blood poured into my eyes. I felt like I would keep falling forever. And then my eyes snapped open and I was falling, my breath rushing back into my lungs in a great wave of purity. My face bounced off a wood floor and I cried as I felt my nose break. I tasted blood and saw stars. I had stopped falling. There was a ring of burning fire around my throat and I felt impossibly thirsty. I was lying on the floor. I slowly opened my eyes again and the darkness began to fade like morning mist under a hot sun. Colors blended together and shapes came into focus. I was in my woodshed. I reached up around my throat and grasped at the source of heat. It was the rope I had hung myself with. But now it was severed, releasing me from the grip of death. Relief rolled over me in overwhelming waves of thanks. I curled up on the floor and sobbed, tears dripping from my eyes onto the dirty floor. My body shook, unbroken as I wept, wet hoarse cries rising from my quivering lips. I had been spared. I was alive again. From my spot on the floor, I turned my eyes upward, my voice cracking. Thank you, God. Oh, thank you. I fell into another fit of uncontrollable sobbing. I promise I won't waste my life again. I promise I'll make things right. I'll fix everything. I don't know how long it was before I got up. Time seemed to stretch for eternity. My mind refused to rebuild, the horrors of what I had just witnessed crushing me. But I knew I would do everything I could to make the most out of my life. I was going to live every day to the fullest. I would devote myself to helping others in dark times. I would reach out to as many suicidals as I could and try to save them from what awaited on the other side. I don't want anyone else to have to witness the horrors of suicide. I didn't want anyone else to have to feed the pig. Every neighborhood has one kid that's scared of everything. His mom coddles him, he gets special treatment from the teachers at school, and he never, ever goes outside. In my cul-de-sac, I was that kid, and I think that's why they took me. Each night before I sleep, I had a ritual. I would stand by the door to my room with the lights on, and I would time a mighty leap so that I was in the air as I flipped the switch. The goal was to land in bed, rotate, and wrap myself in blankets before the bulb died completely and darkness really closed in. I wasn't scared of the dark. I wasn't that much of a loser. I was just being cautious. Why put your feet near the open, chilly void under the bed if you don't have to? It was smart to jump from afar, even if all you were doing, at the very least, was ensuring your older brother couldn't hide under there and grab your ankles. It was a flawless system, really. It served me well for years. Until the night that I tripped. The light switch flipped down as I rose up, but my foot caught on my book bag, and I slammed to the carpet in a daze. I fell with my face right up against the chilly emptiness under the bed. A surge of adrenaline fueled an attempt to push away from it. But my worst fears came true. Unseen, fleshy hands grabbed my left arm and started pulling me. Most of me thought it was my older brother, but there was part of me that immediately understood that there was no way that slimy and meaty grasp was his. There was something trying to get me, and I hung on to the edge of my bed with my other hand desperately. As claws grabbed my leg and dragged my lower half into cold blackness, I kicked and screamed like a captured animal. As I began to slip, I was still clinging to the hope that this was just an overly elaborate prank by my older brother. But the last thing I saw before falling into endless darkness was his terrified face when he burst into my room and dove for me. He watched me fall, and I saw him rise away in a receding rectangle of dim light. The rectangle was the space under my bed, seen from the other side. The best estimation of what I landed on would have to be a pile of rotting limbs. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it and smell it, and the creatures that had grabbed me were on equally loose footing. In absolute panic, I kicked and flailed, and even bit into something's weirdly squishy forearm. They lost their hold, and I ran across that pit of torn-apart corpses blindly, repeatedly stumbling and jumping up as I went. My shin hit the stone edge of some sort of opening, and I bit back a scream. The unseen creatures hadn't immediately grabbed me a second time, and my overwhelming fear told me not to give away my location. So I held the pain inside and made no noise. And clambering up into the opening, I crawled down that tunnel like my life depended on it. I hit my head at least 3 times, but I couldn't slow down. Scrabbling and sniffling echoed behind me, urging me on as I became aware of someone talking up ahead. It was people. It was a man shouting. My heart sank as I slid out of cramped stone into open mud. Exhausted and sloshing forward, I could hear him clearly, and the first thing I understood was that he was not someone who could help me. His shouts carried a tinge of madness and rage, and seemed to be aimed at no one in particular. "Vermin, though you run, there is no hope. You shall be captured and eaten, screaming and alive." What the heck was happening? Where was I? While I'd been too panicked before, I began to cry as I lifted myself out of the mud and began crawling among low scratching bushes with strange square thorns that tore at my clothes. By the warm, moldy wind, I was no longer inside a cavern, and my eyes began to adjust to the light of... no, not stars. The night sky here was not filled with stars. The white dots, where the dark, hazy, ichor-dripping clouds did not obscure them, were actually eyes. Each one searched this way and that, looking, searching. I could feel their hungry gazes sweeping across my hiding spot, and I put my face to dirt and sobbed silently while that madman continued to rant. His words echoed across the open landscape, returning multiple times to my ears as a cacophony of hate and anger that amplified the miserable terror in my chest. Something slithered near in the dirt, but I curled deeper into the scratching bushes, and it moved on past. I spent that first night lying there in my pajamas paralyzed by fear. The sounds were alien and horrifying and full of threat, and the smells were vomitous and putrid. I made no motion of any kind, and I kept telling myself that this would all end at dawn. It was a nightmare of some sort, or a horrible pocket dimension like on television, and this would all be over when I woke up. Except I didn't wake up. Dawn was barely a perceptible green cast over everything. I might not have even noticed it if it hadn't meant the end of the madman's rant. The slithering things returned underground. The leathery flying things landed somewhere distant, and the madman's words faded echo by echo until silence fell. And then I was alone. I didn't want to believe it, any of it. I didn't want to accept this horrifying realm under my bed as real, and I didn't want to try my luck by climbing out from under my hiding spot. Unfortunately, when no danger presented itself for a solid 20 minutes, my brain shut down. I awoke when the dim green, barely visible sun was directly overhead, and I panicked all over again. Waking up still in those stabby bushes and still in a realm of nightmare meant this was really happening, and I screamed a few times before I was able to cover my mouth with my hand. It was a good thing that I did that, because I almost screamed again when my eyes focused closer and I realized the bushes around me did not have thorns. They had teeth. Human teeth. I had been hiding under the gaping maw of some sort of Venus flytrap with a horrifying human-like mouth the size of a person. No wonder nothing had slithered my way. Ever so carefully, I began to inch forward, but I stopped when the plant quivered. Now, instead of being quiet out of fear, I knew screaming was my only way out. I shouted and waited. Nothing. I shouted again. The pale green disk in the sky moved further from noon. I began to shout over and over. I yelled until my throat was raw. Tears ran down my face after I gave up hope. I was going to die here. All my fears had come true, even despite my constant precautions. It was only when I blinked away the tears that I saw a boy somewhat older than me standing across a dirt gulch. He was powerfully dirty, practically caked in dried filth. His hair was a long, ragged mess, and he held a heavy walking stick. With dead eyes, he jumped the gulch and stuck his staff down into the maw of the human tooth pitcher plant. He stared down at me, waiting. Taking the hint, I crawled out in a hurry. I turned to thank him profusely, but he was already off, leaping up a boulder and walking along a ridge without a word. What else could I do? It took me an attempt or two, and I scraped my hands in the process, but I climbed up the rock and ran after him. On the ridge, I could see more of the world around me by what I decided to call anti-daylight. This wasn't daytime. The living landscape of mutated horrors and rotting mires was still only barely visible in the low-light kind of way where I often had to look away from something to see it out of the corner of my eye. I wasn't even sure the pale green disk in the sky was a sun in the traditional sense. It was more like a heavily filtered spot of light or darkness, as if someone had taken a real star and inverted all its colors and brightness and made it radiate cold bitterness instead of warm cheer. By that cold and bitter anti-green, I saw no buildings and no roads. This was a barren wilderness with very little stable footing across a mix of dried, cracked places and wet, swampy patches. Everywhere, danger lurked, but the dirt-encrusted older boy walked between pitfalls and sleeping mutated plants with practiced aim. I was tired, so tired, and I thought I might collapse, but he didn't seem to care that I was behind him. I scrambled after him along ridges and boulders until my limbs burned and my fingers were numb and bloody. I couldn't stop. My terror wouldn't let me. For the moment, my fear was just a dark passenger whispering in my ear, but it had a knife held to the back of my heart, ready to stab me if I ended up alone again even for an instant. I couldn't go on. I just couldn't. I was going to collapse. My legs were going to stop working. It burned. It hurt. I couldn't do it. I kept telling myself that, right up until I found myself in a rock-bound hollow, populated by a dozen other kids. Right there in front of them, I fell roughly down and just lay there breathing and sweating on flat stone. Many of the kids were around my age. One looked like he was in college. All were dirty, hungry, tired, and numb. Some looked my direction, but none spoke to me. When I saw one of the youngest girls ask someone else for something with hand motions, I realized why. We didn't speak the same language. The girl was very clearly Japanese, while her friend was Indian. A very French young man leaned on a crag high above, keeping watch in the dimness, and the guy that had led me here looked to be Inuit? Was that right? It was hard to tell with how dirty and ragged everyone was. As I lay there panting, it occurred to me that we'd all been pulled under our beds from homes all over the world. Did Inuit kids even have beds? I shook my head. Not the point. The real problem, if they were all still here, meant they hadn't found a way out. I was here to stay. Huddling in a corner, I fought panic and tried to get a grip of the rest of the dim evening. I didn't want to be known as a crybaby and a scared kid all over again, but I didn't know what else to do. Every time I thought to try to communicate with someone or do something myself, terror gripped me and kept me frozen. It was only through greater fear that I was finally forced to move. As the pale green anti-sun slid behind distant mountains, that same madman's rants began to echo over the world, and the dirty kids in the hollow rose to their feet. The college guy lit a torch made of white wood that looked like bone, but the light of the flame was anti-orange and only barely luminescent. It was as weak and gloomy as the sun. He began to jog away. The others followed, and I leapt up the moment I realized they were leaving. It was happening again. By the last of the pale green anti-light, leathery winged shapes took flight. Around us, the darkness came alive, seething at the edges of the torch's feeble anti-orange glow. Near that torch, I could only see the other kids by looking away from them and keeping them in the corners of my vision, which made it extremely difficult to keep up as the terrain rose sharply and fell jaggedly without warning. I scraped my hands again, this time leaving traces of blood, and I banged my shins and hit my head at least twice. My lungs burned from the very start, and despair began to crush me. Why was this happening? What had I done to deserve this? Was this cosmic punishment for being scared of everything? Above it all, that furious speaker still raged. "Run, pathetic insects. The darkness is eternal. The darkness is unending. Even if you survive this night, you will be ground into dust. Your muscles will tire. Your focus will waver. You will make a mistake, and then you will be theirs." Where was he? He was behind us, then ahead of us, then off to the side. Always, his voice rang out with righteous judgmental fury, attacking our spirits as the creatures chased our bodies. I thought I'd reached my limit of misery that first night, but this was worse. This would be my life from now on. Run, hide, scramble around in the dark, until I was finally exhausted in every way possible and caught. Sobbing as I ran to keep up with the other kids, I made the mistake the madman had taunted us about. I tripped. Hard stone knocked the breath out of me, and the pale anti-orange light moved on just enough that the darkness surrounded me. The younger girls began screaming, but it was too late. Something slithering near leapt forward and attached itself around my legs. I didn't understand what I was feeling, but I knew it was bad. I kicked, but I could hardly move my legs for all the pressure on them. The college guy turned around and brought the light back, but I shouldn't have looked. I was waist deep in the mouth of a giant leech. Many of the other kids screamed in terror as the older ones beat on the leech with sticks. I felt every impact through its thin muscle flesh, but I shrieked for them to hit harder. The same older Inuit boy that had saved me the first time stuck his stick between my waist and its gripping, undulating mouth. It finally gave, and the college guy dragged me out. A second gigantic leech appeared out of the darkness and wrapped its mouth completely around his head. He struggled and hit at it, but his angles were all wrong. The torch had fallen next to me, and I should have picked it up and burned the creature off of him. I knew that was what I needed to do, but I didn't do it. I was paralyzed by fear. I just scrambled backwards, babbling incoherently and shrieking. The Inuit finally did it himself, freeing the college guy just before he suffocated, but leaving him with a horrible toothy wound up the left side of his face. Gritting his teeth against the pain, our eldest took the pale torch in hand again and led us into a full-out run across the barren rocks. We ran beyond all endurance and deep into exhaustion before the negative sun finally rose and the madman stopped ranting. We squeezed into a small cave and sat tiredly tending to the wounded. The Japanese girl ripped some of her already torn shirt and wrapped it around our leader's head, covering the bleeding leech teeth pattern. The same pattern had been torn into my pajama pants. The fabric had been the only barrier between those horrid teeth and my skin. The pants had been a Christmas present, and now they were ruined. I just kept thinking about that. What did it matter in this place that they'd been a Christmas present? When I finally recovered enough to be able to speak, I opened my mouth a few times to apologize, but they wouldn't understand my words, and the sentiment would never make up for the pain and scars. I just sat in my corner of the cave feeling miserable instead. I resolved not to screw up again if I could help it. But I did screw up again, about 67 days later. In those 67 days, I learned that we ate and slept in the morning, gathered food until near dusk, and then ran all night every night. The food was a mix of scavenged meat from creatures that killed each other in the dark and cut up plants that had gone dormant thanks to capturing a recent meal. There was nothing alive in that pale green landscape that didn't viciously hunt, and the competition kept them constantly evolving and changing. Every night a new threat. Every night a new horror. There were other groups of kids out there doing the same thing. At times we banded together and often formed large temporary alliances against particularly dangerous new nightmares. But the quiet misery and eventual re-separation of our group was born of the fact that we all knew we were going to slip up eventually. This wasn't sustainable. Worse, it was getting harder every run. We adapted and thought ahead and made weapons and planned routes, but it was only a matter of time. A matter of time. The madman drilled that into us every run with his ceaseless ranting. I hated him with a fury I never knew I could feel. By my count, my 15th birthday came and went, and I was an overfilled balloon ready to pop from all the terror and hate and despair and misery building inside of me. On my 67th day in that world under my bed, it finally became too much, and I shut down at a crucial moment. The older guys had baited a gigantic cockroach that had been hunting us for the last week into a box canyon. All I had to do was push a boulder over the edge. The heavy rock would crush its brain and kill it, leaving enough organic parts to feed us all for days. But I didn't push the rock. The little Chinese girl watching my back with a bone torch took notice and pulled at me, crying and screaming and hollering for me to do it. But I was frozen. Yeah, we'd beat this giant roach. We'd live for another few days. But he was ranting, always ranting, and this was my life now. We'd win the day just to face more days like this one. Every day, all day, our entire lives. An absolute void darker than that world's night opened up in my chest, and I knew I'd let fear fully take control of me. I stood there unmoving while that little girl kicked my shin over and over, and the college guy took a severe blow to the head in the time it took for the Inuit to run up the escarpment and push the boulder himself. Nobody said anything the next day. But as our leader lay unconscious with no sign of waking, I could feel that I had broken something in us. We lived each day with fear every single anti-day, but we managed it the best we could. While standing there in front of that boulder, I'd let terror seize me completely. I'd given up. Now they too were on that brink. I had to do something. I was a problem. The way I was, it was problematic. being the scared kid had not helped a single bit. I'd still gotten pulled under the bed, and I hadn't survived any better than anyone else for all my fearful precautions. That morning, while the college guy remained knocked out and the girls tended to him, I walked away from the group. Nobody tried to stop me. I found a spot on a high rocky ridge with nothing living nearby, and I just sat and stared out at the barely perceptible green horizon until, at long last, the song of pain and fear and despair in me grew silent. It wasn't mastery of fear, just the opposite. I had become so physically and spiritually exhausted that my emotions had finally gone quiet. It was a strange relief-filled kind of giving up. I was going to die here, and I accepted that. As the madman always ranted, it was only a matter of time. But I wanted to experience something different before I died. I wanted to know what it was to control fear, rather than the other way around. I wanted to feel fear and act in spite of it. I didn't know how to achieve that, but I did have some idea how to start. I needed to do something I was scared of. The first and most terrifying thing that came to mind was dancing. How many school dances had I stood in the corner and watched while making excuses? They made it seem so easy, but it was the absolute scariest thing I could ever even think of while trapped in a hellish demon world under the bed. I stood on that high and lonely ridge. I gulped and looked around. Nobody would see me. I knew that. Why was I so embarrassed? I couldn't really do this, could I? I wasn't allowed to dance. I wasn't one of the cool kids who were supposed to dance and have fun in front of other people. Outcasts and nerds like me weren't supposed to dance. Screw that. If I was going to die, I wanted to do this first. Yeah, I could feel it welling up in me. I was going to dance. I had the energy. I had the willpower. I could do it. But I didn't actually know how. Also, I didn't have any music. I racked my brain there under the afternoon anti-sun, but I could not recall any song from the real world. My brain hadn't ventured anywhere near those memories in months, and I felt a million miles away from the sights and sounds of real life. Every tune I tried to conjure up fell through my mental fingers. Come on, just one song. Any song. And there it was. Of course, it had to be the most embarrassing possible song for me to try to dance to for the first time. Why did I even have this song in my head? Oh my God. Years ago, in 6th grade, someone I'd had a crush on had offered me an earbud on the bus and made me listen to this song. It was the coolest I'd ever felt, even though I'd had no idea what to do. That moment didn't go anywhere or lead to anything, but the song branded itself on the back of my brain. The most embarrassing song possible to try to dance to for the first time. Of course. Madonna's Into the Groove. But the notes were in my head now and wouldn't leave. I began to feel more embarrassed at not moving. Slowly, I kicked out a foot. I stopped abruptly and looked around, but nobody had seen me. Nobody could see me. The energetic tune pulled me back into moving again. I guess what I worked up to could be called a slow running man. Was it right or wrong? I had no idea, but nobody was around to make fun of me. So I started moving my held-up arms back and forth to the rhythm while kicking in and out. And for the first time in life, I closed my eyes and actually let a song take me. It was another world, just like the nightmarish one around me, but with a different base energy. More positive and energetic, less negative and murderous. It's fair to say, as I danced alone on that high ridge by the light of an anti-sun, that I'd gone a little bit insane. but facing the fear is kind of addictive. I wanted more. If I was going to die, I was going to keep pushing, go out in a blaze of glory. I thought of another fear, and I sucked up my terror and charged right at it. To the rhythm rolling in my head, I danced down the slope and back to the clearing among the dense bone trees where our group sat huddled. Dancing in front of other people? Cue total internal panic. Our leader had even woken up once more, and now leaned up from his sweat-soaked spot to stare at me in wonder. I was terrified of him looking at me, and I wanted to close my eyes, but that was just another fear to overcome. So, I kept dancing right there, staring back at him. Maybe that was the moment I'd gone a little bit insane. Everyone else looked at me and shared confused glances, but something seemed to come over the college guy's face. Some suspicion or idea. He nodded, winced at the pain of his own nod, and then slowly climbed to his feet with the help of those around him. He took a deep breath, moved towards me, stopped, and then broke into a matching dance. Nobody else knew what to think, but our leader put both his hands out, turned his palms upward, and lifted twice. One by one, the other kids began to shrug, stand, and join us. Once about a third of us were dancing for no reason, the rest joined in a wave, since the scales had tilted and it had become weirder not to dance. When that happened, he pointed onward and upward and started dancing off down the path. I didn't understand one bit of what was happening around me, but I wasn't about to stop. We danced as a big knot of kids up toward the central hill of the region. Unlike the ridge I'd started on, this one was in full view of miles of terrain, and the thought of other groups seeing us, of other groups seeing me, set my heart to panic, so I charged straight into it, refusing to let fear still me. As we danced on that hilltop and the pale sun sank toward the horizon, the other groups in the region began filtering in. They'd come to see what the hell was wrong with us, but now that they were here, they understood. We were all going to die. We knew it. There was nothing we could do, and it was only a matter of time before the iron fist of darkness closed in upon us once and for all. So, one by one, the other groups began dancing as well. The dim green sun dipped behind those distant mountains, and the madman's rant began to echo above our silent dancing. Sickly fleas, run for your lives, for night has fallen. If anything, we just danced harder, knowing that death was nigh. The last group entered the clearing, staring at our idiocy, and then joined us. Evil approaches. Flee, weaklings. I couldn't help it. I laughed. What had once terrified and paralyzed me, what had once clutched my spirit in agony, now sounded ridiculous. So some old weird dude was ranting somewhere nearby. Who cared? There were people like that on the street corners back home, and we'd never paid them any mind. I wasn't the only one laughing either. The night came alive with the movement of the horrific creatures we'd run from and fought our entire lives here, but it didn't matter anymore. We were having a great time as death approached, even laughing and smiling as we danced more and more exuberantly. Now I could close my eyes. It wasn't fear. I just didn't care anymore. The madman's rant became more of a splutter. Wait, stop dancing. Some of us chuckled. There's no music, he shrieked somewhere in the dark. There's no music. Why are you dancing? It's silent. There is no music. But that's what he didn't get. There totally was. It just wasn't music he could hear. In fact, in that moment, it occurred to me that his was the only voice I'd heard my entire time here. Dancing harder than I ever thought myself capable, I opened my mouth for the first time in a long while. "You don't hear the music?" Whole groups looked at me in wonder. Were my words the first they'd heard from anyone other than the unseen madman? We all had voices, but we'd all felt too hopeless to use them. The madman replied directly for the first time I'd ever heard. "There is no music." "Sure there is," I shouted back. It turned out, not only did we have voices, but we did actually understand each other. So strange that, the entire time, hopelessness had kept us separated in so simple a manner. The Inuit beside me nodded as he danced. "I hear it too." "Me too," someone else yelled. Just like that, everyone was shouting and jeering at the unseen madman. It didn't stop the creatures in the dark from slithering and skittering out to attack us. But wouldn't you know it, they faded like so many wraiths evaporated in the fog as we danced, laughed, and ignored them. It had always been our own emotions powering the nightmare, and we'd broken the cycle of fear. The willpower behind that horrible place continued to shout at us from just outside sight. But he was pathetic now that we understood. Like a snow globe cracking, that world of illusion began to fall apart as we danced together and turned away from it. The process took all night, during which we said our goodbyes and exchanged names and hometowns in case this meant our ends as well, and in case we got out. In the end, the ground began falling out from under us, and I had to admit, I was a little afraid even as I continued to desperately dance and tried to ignore the others plunging away and screaming into pale green oblivion. In the end, it was just me and the Inuit boy who had first saved me. "Maybe I'll see you out there," I told him, as our last shred of rock and earth began to crumble. He shook his head as he did the sprinkler move I taught him. "Maybe," he slowed, "if I live to be about 400. I finally stopped and stilled, ready to ask, but the last firmness fell out from underneath my feet. I dropped backwards, screaming, falling forever. At least until I hit my bed and woke with a start. It was dark, but a real and natural kind of darkness. Had that just been the most insane dream of all time? That couldn't have all been real, could it? My older brother rose up next to me in the golden light cast by the hallway, his eyes wide, as if he'd just seen me get pulled under the bed an instant before. Journal entry. Summer, I think. Year? I don't even know anymore. So, I'm not sure if anyone will ever read this. As far as I know, I may be the last human alive. The last time I crossed paths with another person felt like a lifetime ago. Initially, I wandered with the hopes of coming across some small human settlement that somehow survived the event. But after several years of wandering, no such luck. However, today, I may have come across the next best thing. Let me start at the beginning. So, as usual, I was foraging through a city for food and supplies. The one nice thing about so few people surviving the event is that there are plenty of canned goods for anyone who needs them. That is to say, there's plenty for me. I remember worrying I'd run out of food after a while, but most grocery stores have enough non-perishable food to last me a year or two. Admittedly, canned meat has nothing on a fresh steak grilled to perfection. But seeing as the closest I ever got to hunting before the collapse of humanity was a little bit of time in the Boy Scouts reading about rabbit snares in a handbook that I barely leafed through, well, let's just say thank God for canned food. Besides, I'm pretty sure the mole people have eaten most of the rabbits by now anyway. Alright, that doesn't really matter. What matters is that when I was setting up my shelter for the night in some abandoned motel room, I noticed one of the larger buildings in the area still lit up the night sky like whole cities used to be before the event. I don't know if the person reading this will have any memory of life before what happened, but let me tell you, the only thing that can light up the night sky like that is good old-fashioned electricity, and I figured that meant there must be people there. I was so excited I decided to say screw sleep. Instead, I packed everything in my trusty old backpack and set off to find this bastion of humanity. It took a surprisingly long time to find my way through the streets of this messed up city, but the good thing about a journal like this is I can skip the boring stuff. So let's just skip over describing the long empty streets, the countless empty buildings, the blasé mutant spider-snake hybrid gangs that have taken over the alleyways, and the nondescript intelligent fungus that always shouts catcalls after me. Anyone who survived this long would find all that as tedious as I do anyway. So let's just skip to finally walking up to the building. I was so excited to finally meet another person I barely even noticed the crawling horror that was chasing after me with his haunting echoey voice that resembled my long-lost sister's. I walked right up to one of the turnstile doors and gave it a shove. Unfortunately, nothing happened. I tried again and again, but nothing. I debated breaking through a window with my trusty whack-a-matic baseball bat when I noticed a locking device by my feet. Feeling foolish, I lifted the pin and pushed my way inside. Let me tell you, seeing glorious artificial light for the first time in years was a wonder to behold. But feeling air conditioning too? I was so overcome with joy, I'm not ashamed to say I broke down and cried a little. That's probably how the security droid snuck up on me so easily and startled me with his voice. "Excuse me, sir, this is private property. Please identify yourself." It had been so long since I'd heard anyone other than mushrooms and mutants speak that it didn't barely register. I simply assumed it was one of the many background voices I had running through my head at all times, but it repeated itself. "Excuse me, sir, this is private property. Please identify yourself." I don't know why I bothered to answer. It was probably a long-forgotten droid from before the event, and since all it could do was call for a non-existent security officer for backup, it's not like it was a threat. Maybe I was just looking for a conversation with something other than a mushroom telling me how good I looked while walking away. So I finally answered. "My name is Stan Johnson." After a bit of back and forth, during which the bot also confirmed my date of birth and social security number for some reason, it said something that really caught my attention. "Welcome, Mr. Johnson. You're expected. Please take the elevator on your left to the 47th floor." I blinked a few times. I was expected? Did someone see me making my way through the streets and program the bot to greet me? What was going on? Well, I was too intrigued to back out now. I had to find out just exactly what was happening, even if this was just another plot by the mole people to get me to listen to another one of their jamborees. I stepped into the elevator and pushed the button marked 47. I enjoyed the cheesy elevator music, as if I was listening to Beethoven's Ninth Symphony for the first time. In fact, I enjoyed the music so much that I rode the elevator down and back up twice more before finally stepping off onto the 47th floor, wondering who or what had sent for me. It turns out, the who was a personal assistant droid. "Ah, Mr. Johnson, you're running quite late today. I'm showing you 9,135,925 minutes late. You've missed all your appointed meetings and must address the board immediately." I simply held up my hands. "I'm sorry, what?" The droid started to repeat itself. "I'm showing you 9,100," I cut it off. No, I heard you all right. I just mean, I don't work here. I've never even been here before. How can I be late for anything?" The droid, I'll call him Alfred for now, shook his head as he replied. "Sir, it is company policy that the CEO, or in his absence, The majority shareholder hold a yearly fiscal review meeting from the boardroom ahead of us. You must hold the meeting now." I shook my head. "Okay, see, that's where you've made a mistake. I'm not the CEO or majority shareholder. You must have me mistaken with some other Stan Johnson." Alfred shook his head. "I assure you, sir, we're not mistaken. You are employed by McDowell's, and as part of your 401k plan, exactly 0.07 shares of this company were purchased on your behalf. At the time of speaking, every other shareholder is dead or missing, rendering their claims invalid for ownership purposes, leaving you the majority shareholder. Now, per our company directive, you must hold a fiscal review meeting for the shareholders." I stared dumbly in confusion. I mean, yeah, before the event I had worked at the fast food place Alfred mentioned, but as for the rest, it took me a moment to process everything. "Wait, shareholders? I thought you said I was the only shareholder." Alfred nodded. "Yes, sir, you are, but that does not exempt you from attending the meeting." I tilted my head a little in thought. "So, since I apparently own the company, can't I just say no to the meeting?" Alfred shook his head. "No, sir. The only one who can change the policy is the CEO, who would then put it to a vote for the shareholders to affirm or deny." "Well then, as a majority shareholder, can I just name myself CEO?" The droid nodded. "You can put forth a motion to appoint yourself as CEO, which would then have to be voted on by the shareholders if you'd like." I shrugged before responding with, "Then I guess I put forth a motion to appoint me CEO." Alfred shook his head, as if he was the only one who should be exasperated in this situation. "Sir, you can only make such a motion at a shareholder meeting." I closed my eyes and started counting to 10 before sighing and giving in. "Okay, so you said the board meeting was through here, right?" Alfred seemed relieved. "Yes, sir. Right this way, sir." The personal assistant droid walked forward and opened a door for me. Walking through, I could see a very nice-looking boardroom with a large table that looked like it was designed to seat around 20 people. I went to sit at the head of the table when Alfred spoke up again. "Sir, that's the CEO's seat. Your seat would be just to his right." At this point, I decided to give in entirely and just go with it. As I assumed my seat, Alfred spoke up. "Now, commencing the 44th fiscal year meeting for Lyman, and Morris. This shall retroactively act as a meeting for the 43rd, 42nd, 41st. I cut in. Can we just make a note of all the meetings this one is retroactive for and move on?" Alfred nodded. "Yes, very good, sir. Now, shall we move on to the roll call? Stan Johnson." I raised my hand, feeling a little like I was back in grade school. "Here?" Alfred sighed. "Ah, sir, the correct response is present. Now, once again, Stan Johnson." I tried not to laugh and answered, "Present." Alfred nodded and made a note on his board. "Very well. All board members present and accounted for. You may now address the shareholders." Looking around the empty table, I chuckled to myself, then spoke up, both to humor poor Alfred and because I thought it was funny. "Well, the good news, gentlemen, is our finances have been holding steady for some time now." I looked up at Alfred, who looked back at me passively. After a moment, I asked, "Can I now put forth a motion to make myself CEO?" The droid shook his head. "Not yet, sir. You must first conclude the finance portion of the meeting." Looking back at the empty table, I shrugged. "This concludes the finance portion of the meeting." Alfred nodded. "The financial report's now concluded. Would anyone like to bring forth additional motions before the shareholders?" I raised my hand again. "I'd like to put forth a motion to elect myself CEO." Alfred nodded. "Very good. Normally, the motion would require someone to second it before moving on to a vote, but seeing as you are the only shareholder present, we shall forego that formality and move on to voting. All in favor, say aye. I raise my hand. Aye. Alfred nodded. Very well. The motion passes unanimously. Stan Johnson is now CEO of Lyman, Lyman & Morris. Are there any other motions? I raise my hand. I would like to put forth a motion that all further meetings can be held wherever I am, so I don't have to come to the boardroom every time you tell me there's some other meeting I'm late for. Alfred nodded. Very well. All in favor, say aye. I raise my hand again, a little more eager this time. Aye. Alfred nodded. Very well. All further meetings can be held wherever you are, so you don't have to come to the boardroom every time I tell you there's some other meeting that you're late for. Any other motions at this time? I shook my head. No, I called this meeting to a close. Alfred nodded. Very well, sir. Our annual finance meeting is concluded. With a sigh of satisfaction, I stood up and stretched before moving to walk out of the room. Good. Now, do we have running water in here? And if so, is there some kind of executive shower I can use or something? My new personal assistant robot nodded. Yes, of course, sir. Right this way, sir. And while you're showering, we can hold the annual general meeting. I blinked a few times, trying to understand. But we just held a meeting. Do we really need to hold another? Alfred simply nodded. Yes, sir. As CEO, you are responsible for holding a mandatory annual assembly of a company's executives, directors, and interested shareholders. And per your new policy, all further meetings can be held wherever you are, so you don't have to come to the boardroom every time I tell you there's some other meeting you're late for. Hearing my words weaponized against me like that threw me off my already shaky game. As CEO, can't I just abolish all such meetings? Alfred helpfully nodded. Yes, sir, in a way. You can put forth a motion to do so at our next meeting. Then, the shareholders will vote on it. With a sigh, I gave in again. All right, fine. Just get me some soap and water, and we'll hold a meeting while I shower. If I didn't know better, I would swear that Alfred sounded just a little smug at getting back at me for disturbing his neatly functioning little world with my annoying human requests. Very well, sir. Anyway, that's how I went from lone survivor, fending off the unwanted advances of boring old mole people, fungus, and spider snakes to being the CEO and owner of the largest known company still in operation. Tomorrow, I'll try and figure out what it is they, or I guess we, do here, and if I can use it to my benefit beyond simply having lights and air conditioning. So, bye for now.